enemies with vertically downward attacks even have a chance of squeezing any use out of this, which are almost always heavy attacks that are easy to dodge. I'm sorry, are we even playing the same game as FromSoft? Why am I ever in a consistent danger of specifically taking damage to the head? This isn't fucking Resident Evil. Listen, I know this item is useful. Really, it is. That's not a joke. But I cannot, under any circumstances, justify wasting a talisman slot over just using the Twiggy Cracked tier in its place prior to a boss fight or a tough area. The effect lasts 3 whole minutes, so it's not like you need some sort of cracked foresight to get some use out of it. I can't wait to
welcome to my channel.
And then spend the rest
Tackling.
of 15 minutes going
welcome to my channel.
Loop and picking up the same
Ella.
pile of runes before a
welcome
boss
to
fight
my channel.
and then getting killed immediately
Nightbot.
after because I tried to
welcome to my channel.
It's good as a last resort if
RVXCE.
you don't have the tier
welcome
and
to
just
my
aren't
channel.
confident in your survival skills in a specific area, but there's almost always a better use for one whole talisman slot, with the added benefit of looking like a ghost at the expense of taking 2 extra weapon swings to kill everything, or whatever you would have used that talisman slot for. I don't know. All I know is purely cosmetic changes have very little business taking up talisman slots, let alone actually weighing more than 0 pounds. If you're a host, you can disguise yourself as a cooperator, which means the other guy invading you will be taking you out first, thinking you aren't the host. If he sees you, you'll die, the session will end, and you're gonna feel like a massive dumbass. The 2 trick mirrors are the aberrant sorceries of talismans, so as to say, they're only kind of useful when you use them both in tandem. If someone else looks like a host while you look like a cooperator, that can make some real magic happen in PvP invasions, but if not, just give up on ever finding these useful. Yes, I'm aware of how big your dick is if you use this talisman. Everyone is very proud of you. But minus 100% damage negation with no payoff except being able to show everyone your massive dong unfortunately does not fit the criteria of this video. Which means this should technically be the most useless, right? It's the only talisman.
Darko, come here. Let me drop you my gun. Play with my gun.
Jel te ona zove Darko, majke ti?
Yes.
Jao, jebate da čujem da te neko zove Darko, moguće.
Yes. Of course. This is my name.
Yeah. Hey, let's go, motherfucker.
Čudno Darko.
We need a little bit more money for loadout.
Yes.
I need the money. I need $1.
Kata.
I need
welcome to my channel.
$1 is all I need.
Hey, hey.
Talisman with an objective disadvantage and no benefit. Well, guess what? You can have this talisman on while entering a Mimic tier boss room and then take it off right when it spawns in. The Mimic tier will take double damage. Holy shit, they still haven't patched this. I mean, they probably will now that I said this, so enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. Farming is a necessary evil in most, if not all, RPGs. It's as indisputable as the existence of death, but finding it in the path to the Halo Tree dungeon means 2 things. 1, I've already successfully farmed most of what I needed or wanted for this playthrough. 2, if this is my first playthrough, I'm just not getting it. I probably don't even know the Halo Tree exists, and I certainly wouldn't know to take a leap of faith through an invisible bridge and know it's behind an illusory wall. This almost certainly makes it a new Game Plus item, and at only 75 item discovery, I'd rather just keep eating feet for the rest of the game. Go ahead, take that out of context, I dare you. Tell you what, I'll even cut out the music so you have clean audio. I'd rather just keep eating feet for the rest of the game. We already know how deeply seated the neglect for bowmanship runs in the arteries of FromSoft's headquarters, but come on, this is fucking ridiculous. 10% increase when most bows are already used for status-inflicting machines and not raw damage. That 10% also carries over to any ranged weapon skills that are compatible with bows. You know what else increases weapon skills? I can think of a few options. The fact that you can literally take 2 minutes to just go to Alexander and get his talisman near Saints Bridge speaks volumes of this talisman's incompetence. Not to mention bow damage can already be buffed like most other damage anyways. Easy access to elemental damage means you'll likely have a better time focusing on elemental buffs instead, and using bows for status is basically just another status playthrough. What, you want me to be nicer? Okay, fine, it works with Jar Cannon. There, that's the only compliment you're getting out of me. Raises the potency of what, FromSoft? All the ball-busting damage from that good old uplifting aromatic? The only consistent perfume that benefits from this is Spark aromatic, which means not even Blood Boil is compatible since it's technically a body buff like most other perfumes. If you're gonna use consumables, just boost your pot damage with Companion Jar and use perfumes as pre-fight buffs. You even have a helmet you can wear to help you out. Fortunately, the Spark aromatic does kinda slap pretty hard, and the ballpark 17% damage boost it gets from the talisman can make it really shine. But that means dedicating an entire talisman slot to a single offensive option when anything that boosts fire damage would work just as well. 4% increase to sorcery damage is not only underwhelming, it's also arguably pointless considering so many sorceries are capable on their own even into New Game Plus iterations without needing more than 1 or 2 big buffs. Graven School is really only something you get use out of if your inner calculus nerd is pressuring you to start min-maxing everything in your build. And fuck calculus. General damage buffs are already so ubiquitous that I can spend a minute behind a fog gate escalating my power like goddamn Virgil and still not be completely sure I didn't miss anything. In comparison, 4% seems very meager, even if stacked multiplicatively. No, grabs do not count as critical hits, so won't work against Godfrey, Melania, or Black Knife Assassins. Yeah, I'm sad about it too. This is effectively a PvP talisman if you don't count NPC invaders, but against fuckers who are practically parry dependent like Moonrum, you'll notice a pretty huge difference. 30% extra resistance is a large number no matter what the context is, so I can't say it'll never help if you're strictly looking for PvE benefits, but backstabs and riposts are very particularly PvP functions of the game, and that's where you'll notice them much more. Also a pretty great talisman to put on shield poke builds, but if you've been on the receiving end of one of those, you probably already know that. The health regen offered by this talisman is 2 HP per second, and that's just as atrociously shitty as it sounds. You may notice the effects in the early game when your vigor is barely scratching 15 and standard poison can be enough to kill you, but the game gives you so many different regen tools and incantations that dedicating a talisman slot to 2 HP per second almost feels counterproductive. The real value of this talisman comes from the amount of regen effects it can stack with, i.e. just about all of them. But if I'm walking around with Royal Remain Set and Icon Shield casting Blessings Boon, I'd much rather have that talisman slot going towards something that'll help me kill shit faster instead of another regen effect that I probably don't even need. 4% is still borderline incapable in most situations, but I'm willing to put this a couple spots above Graven School because incantation builds have a versatility to them that you can't usually get with sorcery builds, at least not as much. Don't get me wrong, sorcery's gotten better at being flexible recently, but magic damage is still the obvious focus. Having a 4% boost on multiple types of damage is better than having that boost on one. Some incantations like Dragon Maw and Dragon Claw and Stone of Garank have extremely high physical damage, so even if a measly 4% is never your best option, 4% of this number is still pretty decent. And you better get used to it because you aren't seeing a pixel of that flock canvas talisman until Millicent's questline is finished. Horseback combat was something we were all excited for on day one, and now I barely see anything about it at all. Shit, you barely saw anything about it a week after release. That's because most people were very quick to realize that the primary benefit horseback gameplay gives you is transportation. As gratifying as it feels approaching a mob of trash-tier enemies and sizing up the community's amputee population by just holding out your sword, it's far from the most practical strategy. It doesn't even affect bows, which is the one weapon I would actually argue is more beneficial on horseback. And even then, 15% damage is piss poor unless you're actually standing beside something slapping away at them, which, why the fuck are you even on the horse at that point? The physical attack increases are hard-locked to very certain weight thresholds, which takes out a lot of control the player has over the effect, since boosting your max equip load with another talisman won't change anything. It only works specifically on physical damage, so don't go sniping people with lightning spear expecting it to do anything. There's a bit of risk to making this one really work because you'll be in a lot of close combat situations with less protection than you probably want, but physical damage does include bestial incantations, so I guess you can argue a pretty good case with Stone of Garank or Dragon Maw. Otherwise, this is extremely situational. The modeled necklace gives you 40 or 60 extra resistance to all status ailments across the board, and this sounds incredibly useful, but let's actually stop for a minute and think about this. How many instances in the whole of Elden Ring are you ever being threatened by more than 1 or 2 ailments at any given time? I can't think of a single enemy that can deal Death Blight and Scarlet Rot with one set of attacks. Maybe if they swapped the Noxtella Dragonkin with the one in Lake of Rot, I could make a solid argument for this talisman, but otherwise I just don't think this is a problem that exists. This seems to me like a talisman for newcomers who may not be that familiar with how status ailments work and aren't putting too much thought into a character build. It's probably really great if you're doing a randomizer run though, so I guess that counts for something. The Twin Blade Talisman strengthens the final attack in a chain by 45%. Now, please control your erection because that's nowhere near as useful as it sounds. In most situations, you will never use the final hit in an attack chain because most weapons, even heavier ones, have at least 4. And the heavier weapons that have less attacks in a full chain are more likely to knock back enemies once you've stance broken them, making them unable to receive the final hit. So you can't even reliably use poise damage as a strategy either. No matter how you look at it, it comes up short. Against large enemies, it could be useful, but this is still mostly a game where you should be more interested in saving stamina for an emergency dodge instead of wasting it all on an attack combo you almost never consciously complete. I'll start out by saying, I see the appeal with this one. Sometimes getting hit by something you aren't expecting really just wrecks your momentum so badly that you don't mentally recover and you end up dying to something even stupider and more ridiculous. But minus 30% damage negation in a game where the final fourth of the experience already has no problem wiping you from existence with a single sneeze is teetering on the edge of unreasonable. I would almost call it a crutch of sorts. You get too used to playing with it that it becomes a new normal, and when you take it off, you actually find out you were just barely mistiming things the whole time. Maybe switch the negative effect to dodges costing more stamina or something, then maybe I'd give it a serious look. This is when I'm inevitably forced to eat my words because I think I've given more tips on how to avoid the Albinoric snipers in Ordina than I've told people fire damage resets frostbite. Well, guess what one thing this concealing veil actually excels at? Guess what else it does? Sweet splendorous fuck all is what it does. The stealth benefits you get while crouching alone gives you more than enough freedom to dick around, and the only thing the concealing veil saves you from is if someone decides to abruptly turn around and you just happen to be in their line of sight. What is this, a fucking Hitman game? When has this ever happened? This one is weird because this talisman in particular has been the source of a lot of deceit online. It has misinformation so deeply entrenched in the community that I'm actually afraid to tell people it doesn't work the way people think it does, partly because I have a couple videos spreading said misinformation. The only thing we know for certain is that Shabriri's Woe allows you to hold aggro on enemies longer and more consistently. This means the only time you'll ever get use out of it is during co-op, or if you use a spirit summon and then put the talisman on yourself. It does not make enemies attack more frequently or make them more aggressive in any way. It just makes them hyperfixate on you. So if you don't fancy playing tank builds, you probably won't get value out of this. The survivability of this talisman is very infrequently matched, and no matter what else I say about it, I can at least compliment it in that regard. Taker's cameo is the biggest crutch in the entire game, and I have no qualms admitting that because it's one of my favorite talismans to use. You can slap this on any build and it'll at least do something. I appreciate that it's a percent heal in a game where most healing tools only grant health at a flat rate, but I'd rather just have the Blasphemous Blade if I'm wanting to invest in a health sapping build. It'll save you a flask or two when exploring larger dungeons, but that's where most of its utility stops. 40% extra stamina damage against whoever is blocking your attacks, and I feel half tempted to criticize the item description for wording its function in the most back-ass counterproductive way possible, but I'm not even sure if I could do any better. Mostly just because the function itself is also kinda weird. This doesn't mean poise damage in general, just extra stamina damage if the enemy you're attacking is currently blocking, which is much more narrowing than it actually sounds. This limits you to standard soldiers and knights, and I guess those guys in Rhea Lucaria that like hold their sword up for a couple seconds in a blocking stance. It's called a Night Killer because that's all it fucking works against. Ho-ho, get it? Oh, and invaders. If anyone in PvP uses shields. Pretty sure they don't. Do they? Fingerprint shield doesn't count. Talisman slots are not cheap. You only have 4 of them, so I'd rather devote time thinking about what a particular situation calls for and what type of defense I might need instead of just throwing on something that slightly covers everything and hoping it works.
There lies a conundrum. Oh shit. Well. I forgot.
Enemies don't have the capability of dealing multiple elements of damage except maybe Gideon and Placidus Axe. And a couple others, but who cares? Even in PvP, most builds are themed around a certain one or two elements, just because that's how people like playing the game. The +2 variant negates 9% of each element, which is honestly just terrible for a +2. Any other Drake talisman of the same tier offers 20% damage negation, and even if they do stack together, that's still a talisman slot I'd rather be using to boost damage of my own. So this talisman is ass unless you tend to lean towards a certain playstyle. The +2 variant gives you an 11% bonus, which is such an uncomfortable number for anything to be buffed by, and I don't know why that bugs me so much, but I'm sure it does some of you too, so I thought I'd mention it. I also have no idea why the fuck you find the +1 variant in Castle Sol somewhere hours after you've probably found the +2. Unless mind is one of your top 3 highest stats, you just aren't going to feel a difference on this, like period. And even at 40 mind, you're giving yourself like 3 more glintstone pebbles, but 11% does start getting pretty large in the endgame. The less competent of the 2 branch swords, obviously, 50% defense at 20% HP or below. You might as well be offering me thoughts and prayers. During the endgame, even stubbing your toe on a table can be enough to bypass the 20% HP threshold entirely and just kill you. But if you can manage to nail the sweet spot, you theoretically have twice the HP to work with, which is extended even further if you have uplifting aromatic and opaline bubble tier. Although I'd probably use those if you're sure you're close to the threshold and not wait until you're actually in the threshold, because you'll probably get yourself killed that way. Once again, I see the appeal, I see why people like it, but the flat bonus really just throws off so much shit in the endgame and New Game Plus. Just as a reminder, having 40 mind means you have 220 FP as a base, and if you're into spellcasting builds, this is not a benchmark that's hard to reach at all. You'll probably hit it by the time you get to the mountaintops. 15 FP translates to less than 7% compared to the Crimson Dagger's 10, and the returns only diminish from there. On low FP builds, this actually ends up being pretty useful if your mind has little reason to go above like 20, but anything even somewhat suited for spellcasting in the late game it just isn't doable with this. Okay, so here's the thing about Gold Scarab. Dark Souls 3 and earlier iterations of Soulsborne were extremely linear and much more closed off compared to Elden Ring, making grinding the surrounding enemies for a few levels a favored strat. But one huge benefit of the open world is that you get to choose your battles way more frequently, resulting in a game where leveling is significantly less important. Every Souls game has the spot where you just tend to go and grind whatever the currency is. Yeah, Elden Ring has like 5 of those. Why do I need this? No, seriously. Why the fuck do I need this? Most of the heirloom talismans will roughly be around the same area of the video, because increasing a single stat by 5 may help you meet requirements for certain weapons and spells and whatnot, and unfortunately that's where the utility on pretty much all of these begin and end. But I'm putting the Stargazer heirloom as the least useful of these 4, because most spell requirements you've either already met or are set to meet very easily in the future thanks to the astrologer class, the only exception being the large showstopper spells that cost multiple slots. Also probably the most boring looking of the 4, but that's just my opinion. Did you know there are some people out there who think this is a Sekiro reference? Once again, I would only ever use these to meet the requirements of early game weapons that need a certain stat, but with dexterity already being as weird as it is, tied to so many different variables like casting speed, lightning damage on weapons but not with spells, and whatever, dexterity is probably something you're gonna be preoccupied with leveling up anyways, unless you're just itching to grab a big stick and distribute brain damage across the local flavor. The Great Shield Talisman, ironically enough, is absolute dog cock when used with Great Shields. The Great Shield Talisman is used for improving guard ability and decreasing the amount of stamina damage you take when blocking by about 20%. It does nothing to guard counters, but I blame the item description for making us all believe that at one point. Great Shields are already efficient enough at stamina damage negation, so this actually ends up getting more use on builds with medium or even light shields. I don't know, this one's just awkward. It's a Great Shield Talisman that doesn't work on Great Shields, and I still don't know how to...
Evo, čao.
Gdje si ti, Marko?
Aj, ne znam, nisam ga vidio. Dobro. Ne. I get bounced up. I hit fucking nothing. center of the screen, I guess. Where's Mero? Obliterate. Satyr? Probably.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Wait. Shotgun or that? Shotgun. Double barrel. Thanks, I don't need any followers. Well, watch me get killed and spawn. That would be fun. This is kind of interesting. Hmm.
How do I feel about that? You like big sticks? Cool. You want to be able to use that great axe you get from the Limgrave troll cart? Well, with this, you can. That's about the only good thing I can think of for this one. Fucker takes 30 strength, and Lord knows I don't have the patience to sink the levels into it this early, so might as well use this. This talisman I would consider the best of its family because there are so many starting incantations that every build just benefits from no matter what. Increasing your faith by 5 is a pretty massive difference when most starting incantations usually don't go above like 15 faith as a requirement. Flame Cleanse Me, Cure Poison, Whirl of Flame, and many others are now easily accessible, all because of a little yellow diamond. And although 5 levels isn't much at all, like not even slightly, this talisman is the key to taking advantage of all those starting incantations that you might just not want to fully dedicate to your character until later. It's always awkward deciding where these should be because they belong to a family of talismans with the exact same functions, and so the utility of each talisman ultimately comes down to the amount of times you run into a certain kind of damage, status, enemy type, so on and so forth. Which inevitably means the Bolt Drake talisman will be coming in last of those because the 4 elemental damage types, lightning is probably the one damage type you run into the least. The Lanedale Knights aren't the hardest challenge in the world, and Fire Missoula is deep enough into the endgame that you should already have plenty of tools to counteract lightning damage from any source. Also, the +2 variant is in a really awkward spot, and it pisses me off, so it's going here. The Spell Drake Talisman, I would say, is the third of the 4 elemental drakes. Bosses like Adula and the 2 Estelles are examples of late-game magic bosses that can very easily cleave out half your health bar by accidentally farting in the wrong direction. I've said this before, I've even used this as a case for Barrier of Gold. A lot of people tend not to give it a shot in PvE because they feel like they've bypassed the magic region of the game, which would be Rhea Lucaria. I'm bringing this up again because, although that is true, Rhea Lucaria is still a massive bulk of where you're going to be dealing with magic damage in the game. The +2 variant you find in the Hidden Path to the Halen Tree, and I can't think of a single instance of magic damage anywhere past that shit, so not like it even matters. Disgusting. Absolutely filthy. I don't know, I mean the talisman's fine. Deathblight is barely encountered outside of worm faces and basilisks, and their existence on this planet, virtual or not, upsets me tremendously. I guess I could also count the Mausoleum Knights and Deathbirds, but either of those enemies are nearly a bent nail in my pancreas, more so than the 2 aforementioned. I'd rather dedicate a slot towards a status ailment that's more common and more of a problem. See above. As middle of the road as I can think of. That's going to be the case for the next few talismans on this list. The Dragon Crest Shield Talisman increases physical defense. That's it. That's what it does. And it's exactly as useful as you think it is. The +2 variant offers just enough damage negation to feel comfortable while not feeling overpowered because you still can only take a maximum of 3 consecutive hits from anything past the mountaintops. It helps as much as it needs to, and if you need more help than that, then it tells you to fuck right off and park your ass on the tip of a spear. This is a godsend if your mind is towering above 60 and the only way you've ever played the game is hanging back a football field's length away from anything that looks threatening while chucking rocks and lava and lightning, whatever the shit else, into their face. I've never used this. I've never had a reason to, but I can see it being kinda necessary if you'd rather invest those sacred tears into the Crimson Flask. I can't argue what it's actually like using it because once the Cerulean Flask gets to around +5, I just stop putting tears into it because it almost always gives me a full refill. I guess the Cerulean Flask just works better proportionally. I've never felt like I've needed an extra 20%, but it's there if people want it, I suppose. More stamina, more actions you can do at the same damn time. Be it more rolls, more casting, more weapon swings, the Viridian Amber Medallion lets you do exactly one more of them. And that's incredibly useful in very select scenarios, and barely useful at all in most others, so I'll just call it a wash and put this one somewhere in the middle. If you're concerned with a low stamina bar, especially in boss fights when the pressure is usually really high, you're almost always better off prioritizing stamina regen over actual stamina. 2 swings with his Zweihander will probably bring it close to depletion anyways, and you'll still want a little extra for an emergency dodge. 15% more stamina won't change the entire combat loop, but it will give you an extra action if you happen to need it. The Haligdray Talisman, I think, deserves a good letter grade above most others in its family, just because of the massive wall of holy damage waiting for you at the endgame. 20% holy damage negation is a big fucking deal, bigger than most elemental defenses for this exact reason. It makes Malekith, Elden Beast, and Radagon 20% easier, and Morgott too, I guess, but I wouldn't exactly call him bullshit like most other bosses. Morgott is probably the least gimmicky boss I can think of while still managing to be reasonably challenging. I guess Malekith too, in a way. Who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? Point still standing. Holy damage is only ever a problem when it's being done to you, and that angers me. This talisman helps with that anger. About 20% of it. Increases your health by a percentage. The longer you play, the better it gets. Hard C. That's about it. Now, this talisman is not good by traditional means. It's not going to offer you help in the same tangible way that other talismans will. It doesn't give you extra defense or damage or any of that, but it does give you 2 extra spell slots, which sounds
Morgan K.
pointless. And granted,
Welcome to my channel.
But then you run into your first 2 slaughter spell. Then you run into Founding Rain, and then Placidus Axe's Ruin, and then Comet Azer, and then both full moon spells, and you wonder when it's ever going to stop until it finally sinks in that it never will. This is where Mood of Noxtella comes in, as it allows you to carry multiple big hitter 2 or 3 slot spells that you otherwise wouldn't dare try packing into the same loadout. It's not stealing the show by any means, but I think people are way too mean to this talisman, when in fact it can be really beneficial on the right build. The Clarifying Charm boosts focus, which determines your resistance to sleep and madness. Although Deathblight doesn't appear in the game nearly enough to be a consistent problem, sleep barely even appears at all. It's kinda hilarious how it wasn't until recently that we ever considered sleep was being saved for a DLC, as though its presence in the game being exactly 2 crabs wasn't enough evidence that it needed more time in the oven. Madness, on the other hand, fucking sucks. I hate dealing with this shit. The trolls have it, the rats have it, some soldiers and merchants have it, and if they do, it just gives them an extra move where they shoot fire out of their eyes and it always fucking melts you. That alone facilitates the existence of the Clarifying Charm, because at least it does something. Easily the greatest of the 4 elemental drakes in my opinion. It's no secret that fire damage is probably the most versatile type of damage in the game. I don't stop talking about it, and most wiki pages don't stop talking about it either. It's all the rage. But what most people don't emphasize is just how common fire damage is in the whole game, not just when you're the one dealing it. You see fire being spit out of chariots, villagers throwing pots and shit, black flame, blood flame, fire monks in Liurnia for some reason. It's fucking everywhere. It's like a virus. And when you really think about just how many sources of fire there are in the game, 20% fire defense starts sounding really useful. A measly 10% defense decrease means pretty much nothing in the early game, and that's in exchange for 12 entire levels. You'd be out of your goddamn mind not to at least consider this talisman and hardlock it to your character up until you exit Liurnia. But once you get past that, your vigor is probably climbing up to 40 at that point, or at least close to it. I think I saw someone say on a wiki page that the technical vigor cutoff would be 37, so if that was your comment, feel free to claim it. I guess. Point is, once that threshold is reached, that talisman officially stops being of any use to anyone, which is why I'm putting this and Marika's Scar Seal at the respective 46th and 45th positions, right in the middle, because they spend one half of the game being an invaluable asset to any character, and the second half of the game being absolute paperweights. And they're both spherical objects, so I'm not even sure they'd be good at that. Once again, I do see the appeal, and I get why people use it, blah blah, whatever. I also understand why people don't use it. I've decided to take up for the latter today because I really don't get why this is such a fan favorite. Minus 15% maximum HP is more than just an uncomfortable adjustment. That's not something you just look at and go, ah, you'll be alright, just cast more spells. As though half the spells in this game don't have the hyper armor of an overcooked potato. You don't need Erdtree's favor, just don't take damage. You don't need Greyjar's arsenal, just carry less shit. Once you've got around 60 mind and you have this thing hooked up with Cerulean Seed and Radahn's Great Room, your FP tank does start to feel bottomless. I'm not saying it doesn't work, I'm just saying it comes with a drawback that I don't think I can justify having in most common situations. The Immunizing Horn Charm grants resistance to poison and Scarlet Rot, and since Scarlet Rot scales off of your max HP, it only becomes more recommended as you venture further into the irredeemable crevice that is Caelid. Poison isn't exactly the biggest threat in the world, and there are plenty of ways you can counteract it, but the same isn't completely true for Scarlet Rot. It's got a bit more hair on its chest. So the Immunizing Charm I put a good few spaces above the Clarifying Charm and Prince of Death talismans just because of how abundant this is later on. Arrow Sting it's pretty hopeless, because there's no damage buff in the entire world good enough to redeem these pieces of shit. The Reach Talisman, on the other hand, actually affects more than just arrows. It can affect physical projectiles from spells like Rock
Rogue
Sling
RL.
and Bestial Sling. It can affect the weapon skills of the One-Eyed Shield and Envoy Greathorn. It works on Beast's Roar, Spectral Lance, and plenty of others. And none of this would have even been discovered had the community not figured it out themselves, because the item description specifically says bows. It's a nice little surprise for people who thought this talisman was shit. The Ritual Sword Talisman, like most other previous iterations before it, feels extremely uncomfortable to use because it's really easy to behave in a way that forces the talisman to be the linchpin. And when the stakes are really high, you can end up getting yourself killed doing this. There's always going to be a time where a flask heals you up to 99% health and you're actually going to consider healing again for like 2 seconds. Or maybe you have a regen build that's just a little too slow for your liking, and so you get preoccupied by not taking damage that you don't realize it's been 2 minutes since you've thrown a single attack. It's a good talisman, but it gives me anxiety when I use it because I'm constantly feeling like I'm not getting as much out of it as I should be. Winged Sword Insignia, but it restores your health. The way this is balanced unfortunately takes most of the incentive out of using it consistently. Smaller, faster weapons will take more hits to proc the effect, and I appreciate that because it makes it less exploitable, but I also feel like this talisman is missing something important that could have made it spectacular. Healing on hit versus healing on kill is usually much more effective because it gives a great use to weapons that aren't as upgraded. It allows for more opportunities to heal during boss fights, and hitting multiple targets with a single weapon attack will register as multiple hits, making it extremely easy to farm a small cluster of enemies without even needing to kill them. The actual strength of the heal is lackluster on a good day, but I think this talisman is really good at finding unexpected uses where most other heal on condition effects just won't. I hated these talismans for the longest time because I just didn't feel like sabotaging your own defense was a smart move. That was before I discovered the magic of, well, magic. There's a reason there's no physical damage variant of these talismans. It's because you're not supposed to use these when you have a build that excels in constantly being in someone's face. All of these are ranged magic talismans, and that still means the holy damage one is the worst of the 4 because holy damage is a joke in this game. But I still can't find it in me to rank it anywhere below 40 because hot damn, this talisman really makes that Discus spin. Discus of Light is already a personal favorite of mine, but the Sacred Scorpion Charm just kicks that spell in the ass and brings it to new heights no one thought possible. And yes, okay, fine, it's also good on the Golden Order Greatsword. The Magic Scorpion is almost never a talisman I actually need, mostly because whoever I'm trying to kill is either way too resistant to magic, or I'm doing so much damage that I just end up using that talisman slot for something else because that gargoyle probably has a family. That's still a 12% magic increase, and since magic favors range more so than most other damage types, that puts the defense reduction in a position where it's a little easier to deal with. But unfortunately, as is the case with every other talisman in this specific family, they got sledgehammer nerfed into oblivion for PvP to the point of barely even being worth a second glance, because the defense reduction ends up being way too much for an online environment where 1- and 2-shot builds are as encouraged as they are. Erdtree's Favor is a talisman with 3 different uses, which means it manages to be a worse version of 3 different talismans at once. 8% equip load boost is probably the most impactful benefit of the 3, but my general attitude towards this talisman was that it only sees use during really specific times when you're just barely encumbered enough to straddle the line between medium and heavy, and also you feel like you could use a little more HP and stamina. It was my general attitude towards this talisman, until I realized those specific moments were actually very common. You could just use the Great Jar's Arsenal just for the equip load, but if you only need 8% more to lighten yourself into regular rolling, then you also get some HP and stamina as a bonus. I almost miss the early days when Elden Ring was still having arcane scaling issues. Sure, Moonveil would have just continued to dominate and the same problem would have ended up happening anyways, but I miss times where talismans like this weren't downright necessary to even have a semblance of a chance when being invaded. You saw the person's name and you just knew what kind of build they had. It's like Final fucking Destination. I could practically see the circumstances of my death before it even happened. Luckily, things like Rivers of Blood and Mog's Spear are a bit easier to deal with in PvP, provided your robustness stat is through the roof, and 140 of that is nothing to dismiss. Blood loss and frostbite also become 2 big problems in specific endgame areas, which makes this one all the more valuable. But against certain builds or when facing certain circumstances, 140 extra robustness won't always help you as much as you think it should. The Source Seals are some of the best pieces of equipment you could have to put on your character. Okay, so there's obviously a few asterisks attached to that because we're at number 35 right now, but as long as you aren't teetering over the edge of level 80 or so, it's pretty hard to ignore the benefits these talismans offer. Radagon's Source Seal especially because it gives you extra vigor and endurance, 2 stats that are likely the most effective in counterbalancing some of the extra damage. As soon as you start hacking your way through Altus where things actually start posing a bit of a challenge though, you'll want to take these off as quickly as possible, because taking 15% additional damage is only going to get more painful from here on out. I wouldn't even wait until you hit the soft caps, honestly. Just take it off as soon as everything in the game starts turning yellow. Okay, remember when I said magic is the best damage type for ranged builds because that's what most sorceries are? Well, I need you to hold on to that statement for just a bit. Lightning, very surprisingly, consists of very few ranged options for Faith Dex builds, but the few you do have available are fucking queens. Lightning Spear, Honed Bolt, Ancient Lightning Spear weapon skill, and I guess Fortisax's Spear too, because dunking on a dude 80 feet below you technically still counts as a ranged attack. And as you'd expect, these abilities are also some of the heaviest hitting in the entire lightning arsenal. But even if we aren't counting ranged options and we're just limiting it to more close range spells, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike has long been one of the uncontested kings of damage, and a 12% boost on top of what it does normally honestly feels like cheating. There's hardly an explanation I need to give for this one. Fire damage is probably the best in the game if we're choosing only one, and you've got so many different weapons, sorceries, and incantations that can all apply different types of fire damage. Frenzy, Black Flame, Magma, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more versatile type of damage, and in that regard, the Fire Scorpion will probably give you the greatest benefit out of any of the 4 in that family. Increases all incantations by a whopping 8%, which is not horrible. It's not even bad, honestly. 8% doesn't sound like much, but you really start feeling the difference on high damage spells like Dragon Maw and Ancient Lightning Strike. It's always better to use this talisman alongside another damage boosting talisman that's more specific, like the Scorpion family. You don't need to swap that 12% damage boost for versatility. Instead, you should just use them together so that spells of a certain damage type end up receiving the benefits of both. Using it in this regard means it becomes one of the greatest spell boosting talismans in the game just because of how flexible it is. And it can all be yours at the low price of your fucking time on this pathetic planet because Millicent's questline does not go quickly. You'll be jumping hoops all day for this shit if you really want it that badly, so good luck. More like the ass talisman. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, look. It's in your eyes. Emulator. Oh, idiot stuff. Fuck. Where's squad? Simple as that. See? Spark pistol, which is usually paired with shotgun, not always, but very often.
Oh.
Hello?
Artwgo. Welcome to my channel.
Immolatore. Shotgun, pistol. Clear. Meh. One more.
Blip. Welcome to my channel.
Wow. The hit registry. Hop, 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 hop. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. No. Mm-mm. Please. Sure, buddy. No, as I said, impossible. Impossible. Where are these people? Where are they? Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. Be calm. No.
Las coladeras, todo lo podrido de abajo del castillo. Y estaba tan perdido, ven, que te juro que tenía como... estaba, a ver, aquí ya me muero, ven. Te lo juro. Pero...
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
This go to public sector.
October 1st, 1893. Time has an end. Delphine Transit Log. 0000 hours AM. Frederick has doomed himself and the crew. But not me. Not the Delphine. His cage fit around the alligator, and he took that relic and activated it, and I saw Mrs. Carmichael flash to steam. The beast is loose and destroying the saloon. I pocketed a poker chip for luck and crawled into the boiler, sealed it from inside. I will give all my blood to the Delphine if it will keep her afloat. 0000 hours AM. This is a miracle. The ship has chosen me. It will not let me die. The fires in this engine have not burned me yet. They have not consumed the ship's log for fuel so that I may keep riding. The Delphine knows I'm inside her. She knows I'm home at last. 0000 hours AM. All is quiet. I knew the gator had won when the fire around me turned to pale green lightning. I see more stars in these sparks than the sky could ever hold. 0000 hours AM. I'm drifting away. My arm is gone, turned to ash and steam to give the Delphine breath in whatever water she sails now. I will continue to ash away. I will become one with this ship. I will whisper forever that she needs no captain. 0000 hours AM. My legs go next. My spine blooms with a special kind of deek.
That man really loved that ship. Anyway. have to cut me off. Think I like you.
Elysian. Welcome to my channel. Aiton. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Please, please. Thank you.
Kidding, it's good. Don't worry. Charged heavies are the epitome of high risk, high reward. It's the perfect treat to strategizing your movements and timing it in a way that makes this land. And when it does land, you feel it. It's practically a Pavlovian response for half of us, me included. If that charged heavy lands at the exact precise time as intended, I just fucking come. Now just put an extra 10% on top of that, spice it up with a little barbaric roar, and you'll be marching through the Halig tree with a +6 without even giving a shit. The only drawback is the high risk involved with charging melee attacks to begin with, which means this is not a talisman you'll get sustained use out of unless you're just a psychopath, or you have barbaric roar. If you think guard counters in this game are useless, then I'm just gonna be honest, you got scammed. You got scammed, owned, and fucked on by capitalism. The incredibly loud "I'm about to counterattack" sound is too busy rivaling the decibel count of a man screaming "I'm about to counterattack" into a microphone without a noise gate, and you should consider yourself lucky that joke doesn't come with a live demonstration. It's about as worthless as you can imagine in PvP, but in a single-player experience, and even in co-op against a lot of different bosses, that extra damage makes a massive difference. Counterattacking is already such a huge source of melee damage that can reliably break stances of even bigger enemies if done with weapons of a certain size. It's not my favorite talisman, nor do I even think it's the most effective, but this talisman does get overlooked way too much, and I'm not having it. Just start using it, please. Normally I would have looked at this talisman once and then thrown it somewhere in the mid-50s, but this is the post-patch Roar Medallion we're talking about here. I think it deserves a little more respect than that. Roar Medallion has the added benefit of also affecting the damage of breath attacks on top of just screaming loudly, which means most Dragon Communion spells see a massive benefit from this. But this talisman comes with additional surprises that aren't immediately obvious. Regal Roar gets a nice hefty boost from it, but other unique weapon skills like Starcaller Cry and Shriek of Milos also receive the bonus despite them not technically being labeled roars. The reason I ultimately decided this belonged a lot higher than it would have been pre-patch is the same boost even carries over to the altered weapon movesets of those unique skills. The follow-up crash from Starcaller gets boosted, the altered charge heavies of Shriek of Milos and Barbaric Roar get boosted, Regal Roar moveset gets boosted, but 7.5% in PvP feels way too insignificant. I'll bend over and whore myself out for this talisman because of how it affects Dragon Communion builds, but I'm not breaking my back over it. 30 virtual dexterity specifically for casting speed. That's okay. That's insane on some spells where the dexterity cap actually matters, which is most big spells. Dragon Communion incantations like Grail's Roar and Placidus Axe's Ruin receive huge speed bonuses from this just because of how slow they are to start up by themselves. I don't know, man. That old Sage's Ring +2 really just spoiled all of us. Why can't I just have max casting speed? No, fuck you. That's a perfectly fair question to ask. Why doesn't this talisman do that? Equip load has long been an underrated facet of character building. Carrying more shit sounds niche on the surface, at least until you understand just how fragile that boundary is between medium and heavy really can be. Maybe there's just a set with a color scheme you really like, maybe those Drake Knight leggings match really well with the Briar armor, but that cape weighs 2.5 fucking pounds for some reason and you can't be bothered to go and clip that shit off. The 17% equip load increase allows you to tow so many lines with your equipment. It never makes a huge difference, but it never really needs to, because if you're so much as a milligram below that heavy threshold, it's not going to matter. This talisman is built for min-maxing. Of the weapon category talismans, I think this one is the most misunderstood. The way the item description is worded makes it seem like the benefit is limited to counterattacks that take place when guarding with the shield, but it involves more attacks than just that. If a thrusting attack
Way bit too much.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Attack of yours lands right after an enemy has finished an attack, that technically is a counterattack in this context. This enables players to use extremely long thrusting weapons to just outrange the opposition by poking from behind a shield. But since some colossal swords have thrusting attacks, those attacks will
Welcome to my
benefit from
channel.
this as well. It's more than
Good
just
morning
spears
to you,
on
the
it.
greatest snake hunter
That's
of
where
all
you're
the
gonna
time.
find the most benefit. Here it is. Here it is. This is the Reddit talisman.
Well,
If you like
please, me,
big
I'm
boy
most-
numbers at the expense of any semblance of sustainable
Zostałem
gameplay and
gwarantuję.
spending a full minute setting up everything properly, because let's face it, you're never using this talisman by itself, that would be fucking psychotic. This is the common Azura talisman. Well, no, I guess it's more like the It's amazing when it works, but when it doesn't, you're just gonna feel like a massive dumbass for even having the idea to carry this shit in with you. This is only a boss talisman. That's literally all it's ever used for. But with a good enough regen build and some nice damage negation on top of it, you can actually get benefits from this talisman pretty consistently. Just not as consistently as waving a sword in your face. I didn't realize this until going into it, and actually looking at how people thought about this talisman, but apparently this one is a little controversial. The poise damage reduction is 25%, and the fact that it's percentage-based enforces a sort of make the rich richer effect, where the more poise your armor gives you, the more unstoppable you become. Thing is, Raise's poise is an extremely vague description for an item that buffs an almost completely invisible stat. But if your armor already has a high base poise value like Veteran Set, the Bull Goat's talisman will just turn you into a cement wall. 2 consecutive hits from most standard soldiers just won't flinch you, whereas without the talisman, you can normally only withstand 1. I don't know the precise value, but I think most one-handed attacks from standard-sized weapons do around 50 poise damage, so if your poise is over 100, it's usually enough. This is amazing if you've aggroed an entire crowd. It won't do much in boss fights against big dudes, but the extra poise is very nice when you're fighting crowds of standard enemies, and it's a great way to get people to wish a plague on you in PvP duels.
Our friend
You
the
like
Spartan
throwing
Man
bots? Are
expressed
you that
so
one
big
guy in the
desire to
D&D
play
group
this
that
game
constantly
together
pisses
with
off
you.
the DM by introducing your own custom
I'm
class that's
pressing
totally
big
balanced, I
desire
promise.
to
Before lobbing a fucking
make
napalm
him
grenade at the Cavern Keeper,
hit
well,
my
now you
cock.
can throw those
Stop
napalm
game.
grenades 20% harder. Depending on what weapons you've equipped yourself with, this can be an absolute godsend.
I
10%
think
extra
my
damage doesn't sound
financial
too
state
beneficial
would
when you
be
have to gather up a bit of momentum in order
ruined
to actually
if I
trigger that boost,
were
but once it
to
happens,
indulge
that twin
myself
blade
into
you're
gameplay
two-handing
with that
turns
person.
into a goddamn blender. This isn't even the better one
So-
of the two, and it still slaps the cheeks of my
Spartan
ass
man
like
should
a pair
hit your
of leather
cock.
bongos. On twin blades,
Yeah.
it's incredible. On power stance daggers,
Like,
it's
first
unstoppable.
slow, then
but on
fast,
Parian Slicer
you know,
or the Fire
very
Prelate
speeds.
Hammer, it's downright illegal. Only problem is, it's a melee talisman first and foremost. You can use the damage buff to fire out a quick spell if you want after the buff has already taken effect, but the only way it can activate is if you apply some pressure up close. This talisman took some warming up to. I really didn't like how uncanny it felt just gliding around everywhere, not making a single sound. Every footstep felt like I was gaslighting myself into thinking I accidentally turned down the sound effect audio. And then I realized the true power of this underrated gem when I started full tilt sprinting down a crowded road of soldiers and not a single one of them turned their head to look at me. Holy shit, you need to use this talisman. It's almost never good, but when it finds a situation it can be useful in, you're playing a different game. The Albinorics and Ordina just won't give a shit about you. I've even sprinted right past a spot I knew a black knife was camping in and I didn't even hear her get up. Nobody gives a shit about you with this talisman. It's basically the free trial mode of black knife armor. Weapon skills cost 25% less to use, and if you know how powerful and draining some of the unique weapon skills can be, then you already know the value of this. It won't give you any extra efficiency if you're just quick-stepping everywhere like you're trying to become Elden Lord solely by breaking everyone's ankles, but skills like Holy Ground and Black Flame Tornado both cost a hefty 30 FP per use, and some in-game weapon skills like Wave of Gold and Bloodboon Ritual can easily start climbing into the 50s and 60s. Moonlight Greatsword, Destined Death, and Starcaller Cry also benefit massively from having this on, but if you're a simpler person with a simpler skill like Raptor of the Mist or something with a low FP cost, you'll probably notice more comfort if you use the Ancestral Blade. It is fucking stupid how good this talisman can really be on certain days. That's not a joke. It's already hard enough to make 30% less damage taken sound useless during any section of the game, but as is the case with most percentage-based buffs, it only gets better the deeper you dig. I feel like most people just saw this talisman as an effort to turn the Ritual Sword into a theme, and they just thought, well, the Ritual Sword talisman is kind of mid on the best of days, so the shield probably isn't much better. And if that were your only mistake, you'd be forgiven for such blasphemy, but no. Some even go as far as to put it on, throw themselves at an in-game boss, and sigh in disappointment when they find out it isn't just a reproccable Opaline bubble tier. You fuckers ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Put on a decent Legion build, max out your spells, and slap that on top of Riker's Great Rune, and as God is my witness, you just won't die. It'll never happen. It's the standard winged insignia, but better. So, see above, I guess. The Graven Mass Talisman is the exact same buff as Flock's Canvas, just a meager 8%, but it feels significantly less meager on sorcery builds because most common sorceries are already torqued for damage to begin with. As is the case with talismans like these, it only gets more valuable during the late to end game where 900 damage per pebble stops being impressive. I'm going to go ahead and put in a revision request for the definition of the word vastly, because apparently that definition got lost under a table somewhere during development. 19% equip load is a straightforward upgrade to Arsenal Charm. That much I cannot dispute. It is literally better in the most objective way, even down to the talisman's weight. There's no benefit Arsenal Charm will give you that this one doesn't. But now I'm just thinking about all the potential unique ideas for other talismans that got lost in the pipeline somewhere. Because functionally that's exactly what this is, but it's not Arsenal Charm plus 2, it's Great Jar's Arsenal. It's completely unique despite being in the same family of talismans, and I feel like that's an opportunity missed on a lot of other plus 2s. Flame Drake Great Shield, or like Air Tree's Bestowal or something. Am I getting too hung up on this? Fuck, whatever, I'm just gonna move on. When it comes to raw damage numbers, there's surprisingly very little difference in the boost from this and the boost from the Rotten Winged Sword. This one has 3 tiers of damage buffs that extend out to 11% plus 5 extra dexterity, while the Rotten Winged Sword gives you up to 13% without the dexterity. I think Millicent's prosthesis just barely gets the edge here because this change isn't something you'll notice on most ordinary weapons. That extra dexterity pulls so much more weight in builds that utilize key affinity weapons or unique weapons with high dex scaling. healing. Not sure why an aluminum glove the size of a mouse cursor weighs almost 2 pounds, so it's not like I'm breaking my back or carrying it or anything, so whatever. Do you guys know it procs twice during Frost and Swords? You're welcome. You're welcome for all the insight that you totally weren't aware of. Some of you may not have actually been aware of this, so I'm sorry for excluding you. You're important too, I promise. Daggers can proc it twice under some circumstances too, but either way it doesn't sound consistent enough to actually depend on it happening. Still, 10% plus 85 additional HP per critical hit is almost unreasonably good. 3 FP per kill is honestly not that much if you're a pure caster, and that's mostly because pure casters shouldn't be using this talisman as a reliable means of FP restoration. The real power of this talisman shines in low FP builds that focus on melee combat with 1 or 2 support spells and nothing more. It's the playstyle of the simple man, the commoner, the people's build. It's almost always a wasted slot in big boss fights, but it's one of the greatest casual exploration talismans I can think of. Those kills add up very quickly when you're just chopping down smaller dudes or clearing out the zombies in Calum Ruins. Think of all the places in Lanedell that are just packed to the brim with soldiers and bubble blowers. Think of all the annoying rats you've been dunking on. Now you're beginning to see real value, and at 3 FP per kill, this thing pays for itself in no time. Boosts critical hits by 17%. And this is Elden Ring, so you're going to be doing a lot of those. This is where it really pays to give some attention to the crit modifier on your weapon, because 17% is already great enough, but that percent only gets better with a Misericord that tops out at 140, and suddenly that little safety pin in your offhand starts doing 4-digit damage before you've even climbed out of Stormwind. 20% more healing. What more could you ask for? Completely counteracts the negative effects of Black Flame's protection and most of the flask penalty of Melania's Great Rune, and when you aren't using those pieces of shit, you just get more healing. This ends up being a pretty wonderful talisman, because it allows a flask that doesn't have too many upgrades to match the pace of damage you'll be taking in later game areas. It gives your Crimson Flask so much more sustainability than it had before, and it gives you the confidence of walking into the snowfield area with a +5 flask and not feeling that nervous about it. If you're running a build with low vigor, it's much more likely to top off your health bar completely, giving added flexibility to Ritual Sword and Shield talismans. The 20% heal boost is already great by itself, but I think it has some surprising utility on other builds that people commonly overlook. This one gets compared to the Crimson Seed a lot because the 20% defense boost this gives you seems very comparable to the 20% healing boost. It seems that way because it is, and I'm not sure why I wrote that first sentence in a way that insinuated it wasn't, but there is, I guess, a small difference that I think really starts to matter towards the endgame. The reason I would slightly prefer this over Crimson Seed is because the armor you're wearing actually matters, much more so than other Souls iterations before it. Fashion Souls only initially became a community trend because nobody gave a shit about armor in the Dark Souls games, including FromSoft, and that's a much harder case to make with Elden Ring. I still think you should glam yourself up, because if you didn't do something while looking fabulous as fuck, then you might as well have just not done anything, but that extra damage negation really starts to matter on lighter to medium armor sets that might give you specific bonuses you aren't willing to part with. In most other situations, I don't think people see a big difference in how the game feels with this talisman versus Crimson Seed, but I just think the Dragon Crest Great Shield just barely edges past it in terms of flexibility. Also, yes, the PvP variant of this talisman is a fucking joke, as is the case with most of these. It's literally why I don't factor in PvP most of the time when ranking these. I would never say no to a 10% damage boost on special skills that are already meant to be absolute blunders, but if you're a total sociopath, you can even get the talisman as early as 5 minutes into the game. The boost itself is honestly nothing special when compared to most other in-game talismans, but you're given access to it considerably earlier than any other talismans of its caliber. I understand that 10% doesn't sound like a lot for a talisman that's this far into the video, but I don't think people fully comprehend just how damaging some of these skills can be. You have skills that are just obviously torqued. Corpse Piler, Transient Moonlight, Taker's Flames, you get the idea. But you also have other skills like Regal Beast Claw, First Blood Slice, Magna Guillotine, Unblockable Blade, and so many other unique skills that fly completely under the radar despite being capable of very similar damage. And in that regard, 10% is almost always too good to pass up. The Exaltation talismans have long been a pair of the most respected, well, maybe not respected, but definitely the most efficient talismans for those looking to spruce up their status builds that probably don't really need anything else, but that's not going to stop you, is it? This alien isolation looking ass has seen plenty of use in in-game rot builds, mostly because rot just melts everything that has lungs and can breathe. Some incantations like Rotten Breath can potentially leave you out of the effective range for the buff, but Scarlet Aeonia will probably afflict someone the second it hits the floor, so fuck this talisman. Fuck it twice. I hate how good this shit is. It's stupid bullshit, dumbass. Spanish Knights putting too much pressure on you, jumping heavy. Melania about to grab you, jumping heavy. Food still cold when you take it out of the microwave, to jump attack that bitch right in the mouth. Punch her dinner. Punch the shit out of it. Can we get some jump attacks in the comments, please? If you have a support-centered spell loadout, this is probably the best talisman in the game. A 30% spell duration increase makes a tremendous difference on health regen builds that use Blessings Boon, and on builds involving offensive buffs like Flame Grant Me Strength or Golden Vow. It also still affects the duration of Rallying Standard despite it not being a spell, which is going to be our little secret because heaven forbid we have a little bit of goddamn fucking fun. Security effects on Black Flame incantations now last longer thanks to this talisman. Black Flame Blade actually feels usable, and the magic debuffs given to enemies when hit with full moon spells are that much more threatening. Stamina regen is just one of those things that you almost never think about unless your stamina bar is the length of a thumbtack. Because of the way stamina is used in Elden Ring, the regen rate of your stamina actually ends up being significantly more important than how much you have of it. Large amounts of stamina are consumed when firing spells, using colossal weapons, guarding, jumping, browsing, using, and pretty much anything. I say this because this talisman is a popular choice for strength builds that involve colossal weapons, but 18% more regen is so absurdly powerful that its benefits extend to most other builds as well. It allows you to keep pressure on even with slower builds, and all that recovery means you don't have to worry as much about getting haymakered by something you can't dodge due to lack of stamina. This Exaltation talisman needs no introduction. The reason I think I and most other people would favor this Exaltation talisman over the former is the sheer ease of access. Those raw dumplings run out fast when you're consistently shoving them in your face just to add a 20-second buff. This talisman, on the other hand, values your resources. You don't even need a bleed build to make it work. When you have a weapon skill that's as simple as a single button press that just gives you the buff in exchange for a little HP, or a weapon skill that turns the screen red and just gives everyone else the bleed buildup, or when katanas exist, that's all you'll ever need to make this talisman work. Might as well just program a hidden effect that mails a termination slip to everyone on the balancing team when someone activates it. Imagine having a spare Shrouding Fracteal in your back pocket with infinite uses and a power switch that affects all damage types instead of just one. That's what this is. It's fucking bullshit. If 15% more damage to all charged spells and skills mean nothing to you somehow, you still get to appreciate an immaculate artistic depiction of John Elden Ring himself. All sorceries, incantations, and weapon skills that can be charged are just better now. And that's quite an extensive list when you really start thinking about it. Most heavy hitter spells are usually also chargeable, including Zeta Chad damage cannons like Ancient Lightning Strike, O-Flame, and Night Comet, but some weapons like Bolt of Grand Sax and Moray's Executioner Sword have incredibly popular weapon skills that are also chargeable. Godfrey also doesn't use or even have any charge skills himself, including the I'm not sure what lore implications allow this to make sense other than justifying the barely tenable existence of Chodecoy over here, but the artwork is cool. The benefit is massive on all builds. I'd pop this fucker on anytime. But if you're a man on the go like myself, if you're constantly insisting that your time for some reason is too important to not be wasted, then all this charging nonsense is probably just a scam. Who the fuck wants to hold down a button for 2 seconds? Couldn't be me. That's the appeal of this talisman. All weapon skills up by 15%. Just charge or no charge. Just straight up damage increase. Really think about that for a second. Most weapon skills that can be charged are usually worth the payoff. So much so in fact that not charging that skill usually just feels underwhelming by comparison. But what about skills that are perfectly capable and perhaps even downright impressive without it? What about Corpse Piler or Blood Boon Ritual? What about Taker's Flames or Spinning Wheel? How about the fact that I don't even need to say any of this because feeling the need to choose between this and Godfrey is pointless when you can just slap them both on? As diverse and powerful as weapon skills are in this game, not going out of your way to get this is just, it's always a bad idea. Yeah, I know you have to wait a bit, but it's not the heaviest lifting in the world. Come on. The Alexander quest practically finishes itself. You can trudge through lakes of tomato soup and feel a wall of dreams with your fucking hand. You can do this quest.
should be two-handed. I'm just saying.
Hello friends, this is Zots, and in today's quick video we are going to go over every single killer in the game and talk about their best build as well as some very basic add-on recommendations without going too much into detail. We're going to do that from Trapper to Singularity, which is the latest release killer, but it's possible that if you're watching this in the future there might be a new killer. In fact, we already know what the new killer is going to look like, and there might also be some perk changes which happen often. So if you want to make sure and double check that all the builds that I recommend here are up to date, you can actually check my website, sliver.com/builds, or my spreadsheet, where I will actually update these even more frequently, giving you alternatives and explaining every perk, taking information from the wiki. This also includes information on survivor builds, which I know some of you are very interested in. Now, let's just get this out of the way. In Dead by Daylight, there are a few perks that are really powerful, and they are so strong that they work on almost every single killer. If you take some of the most popular perks that are used among the killer population, according to websites and personal tracking, you're gonna see that there's Pop, there's Pain Rest, there's Corrupt, there's Lethal, there's Zold. These are all really strong perks. You put on these perks on almost any killer, it's gonna work out. So, if I'm saying this, why do I still bother to show you builds on every single killer? Well, the reason why I still bother, instead of just telling you to run the 4 best perks, is that each killer has their own nuances, and sometimes the way the perks interact with add-ons and their power is not super obvious. So if you watch this video, feel free to use timestamps if you want to skip to any of the killers. You will have a better understanding of what each killer needs, and that might help you understand what's the best build for not just the killer, but also for your playstyle. And that being said, let's start out with Trapper. Trapper, no matter how you put it, is a killer that needs time to set up. You can take the gamble of not running too many slowdown perks and allowing survivors to do gens at the cost of obviously losing a few gens, but then you are more capable of setting up early. But I don't recommend it. You can still be harassed. Even survivors doing gens with Fogwise or other perks can know where you are, and I don't recommend you take the gamble. For that reason, Corrupt Intervention is a perk I recommend very heavily. It will make survivors run into you a bit sooner, yes, but it will buy you a lot of time, which you desperately need. In indoor maps, this perk is also incredible. There's not a lot of grass there. You will take a more active approach, so it will help you quite a bit. Deadlock is another no-brainer pick on Trapper. It's a very good perk that allows you to buy time out of thin air so that you have more time to maybe camp someone on basement, which is a popular strategy on Trapper, or alternatively just do more of your normal chases, setting up as much as you can. I would also pick it very easily on almost any build. Now, S.W.Frost is a little bit more complex, but this is a perk that will essentially allow you to keep people in your territory more frequently. After hitting a survivor, you will recover faster, and that means you'll be able to catch them sooner, and that means they'll have less and less chances to go away from where you want to be. It also helps a lot if survivors are body blocking. You can hit them while you carry and still make it to basement, or still make it to that one hook that you really want to go to. And when things get really rough and survivors step on a bunch of traps, you can quickly go and tap them and then go back. And you know, that little time you save for Trapper can be very critical. So having one lethality perk is useful, and I think S.W.Frost is probably the best. Needless to say, if the obsession steps on a trap, you can grab them, and that will let you save the stacks, which is not going to happen super often, but it's still really good to know. On anyone else, when they step on a trap, I recommend that you almost always hit them, unless you have some other plan, and then S.W.Frost becomes really strong. No Way Out is a strong perk on almost every killer. I recommend it highly, but on Trapper it is particularly good. The reason why is because you can trap the exit gate. So if a game is going a certain way and you know that it's gonna get to endgame, you can trap one of the gates preemptively, and that will make a survivor spend extra seconds going to it, maybe stepping on it, who knows, if they don't pay attention. And then on top of that, they might have to wait 60 seconds at the end game. And during that time, obviously, you can get someone else killed, get extra kills. And after No Way Out is gone, then you can trap the exit gates again. The fact that Trapper is so good in endgame situations like this just makes No Way Out a very...
Wait.
Is going to be able to blast through barricades when you hit the space bar. That's awesome. There's major changes to like Sorcerer, Barbarian, unique items, affixes are being changed a little bit, etc. So we're going to break all that down and more. Let's get going. Looks like we have the patch notes have just been released. We're going to be going through each one of these classes in detail on the live stream directly after posting this video. So if you want to see and talk about all of these, you can find that in the description, the pinned comment if you have any particular questions. But essentially, this is what they talked about in the previous campfire chat. They said they were going to try to stick to improving both the Sorcerer as well as the Barbarian. And you can see what they say is they want to improve the Sorcerer's late game survivability and also adjust some of the class mechanics so that when you get some power in other areas, you're not necessarily taking it away from other areas in order to accomplish that. They want it to feel better going into the late game. They also said they want to strengthen builds that aren't reaching a high power level and diversify the use cases for legendary items and other effects. So we're going to briefly just kind of scroll through these and see if they're sticking to what they already said with their patch notes. These look basically all the same. The Fury increase, the adding the Berserking, the vulnerable duration, and then some significant increases in damage ratios you can see here. We have the passive bonus of damage reduction. We have this big overpowering increase here. Bleed damage from critical damage bonus, walking arsenal, berserking damage increase and unconstrained. The legendaries look like they're sticking to the same as well. Ancestral Force is getting an increase. Thorns is getting an increase, which is actually quite interesting. Core skills cost to refund increase as well here on Unrelenting Fury. Cost refund now also grants bonuses to monsters. So I'm not really seeing anything in here. And look, they do have that Earthquake damage reduction while in Earthquake increased as well from 515 to 1525. So that's a nice increase in terms of damage reduction. And the damage bonus in Earthquake is increased as well. They were talking about how they actually want to get away from basically the flat damage codex item.
Why am I trading with zombies? Hello? Who the hell knows? And this concludes today's event. شدن. That's the drilling. Where is my stamina? Stamina dope. Oh wow. Guns, guns, guns. Glorious guns. Easy peasy, 20 more days. Whatever. Whatever.
Or just aspects in general being trashed, so they're trying to fix some of that. And then you can see uniques here. The fields of Crimson damage increased. Damage from enemies standing in the pool increased. Rupture cooldown affixed replaced with bonus critical strike damage. So they are effectively attempting to make their uniques actually usable. You can see the Hellhammer one was the one they talked about before, where they're going to replace crowd control with bonus critical strike damage, which is again a much better multiplier. Physical damage affix replaced with vulnerable for Ramaladi Magnum Opus. Good lord, I butchered that one. 100,000 steps attacks reduce evades cooldown affix replaced with bonus evade charges. That is actually significantly better. And then damage against stun affix replaced with bonus movement speed. So that is actually significantly better. And then we have basic skill damage affix replaced with cooldown reduction. You know what's interesting to me is they like nerf things like cooldown reduction with the bonus critical strike, but even they recognize that you have to have these as the modifiers. So now instead of giving them the new buffed crowd control enemy or physical damage or something like that, they go right back to where we're all pigeonholed. So it's not actually, I mean, the modifiers were a problem in the previous patch, but we're all pigeonholed. We have to have vulnerability. We have to have bonus critical strike damage. Even they recognize that. In order to make items good, they basically have to add that, which is why they add vulnerable damage here and bonus critical strike damage. So I just wanted to call that out and see that's kind of funny. We're trying to get away from these things, but then they realize in order for items to be good, they have to literally add them on there. So I think that obviously we probably missed the mark in terms of like actually trying to change the way things are, and hopefully we see changes to things like overpowering, etc. Now I know the rogues were getting some changes. There was a couple of these that I thought were kind of nice. I'm not going to go through all of these, which is the siphoning strikes. Lucky hit chance increased from 75 to 85%. I know people were saying siphoning strikes was quite important and you couldn't really use it as much anymore, so at least that got a little bit of a buff. The elusive menace no longer, you have to be close to them, and then you automatically drop a smoke grenade at the end of dash. Smoke grenade reduces cooldown by 0.4 to 0.6 seconds per target, up to 2-3 seconds. So only a couple of small changes on the legendaries. And then on the uniques here, all stat affix replaced with vulnerable damage. So once again, we add that, and then ultimate damage replaced with cooldown, which is the third one. They nerfed cooldown, vulnerable, and critical strike damage, and they're adding those affixes right back on the uniques in order to make them good. So I think that's still kind of funny. So Druid I'm obviously going to be interested in. Spirit gain, I'm never going to complain about getting more spirit. You can argue whether it's enough, but I always like seeing more spirit. We have buffs to wolves because of the companion druid is basically trash. So we have buffs across the board that looks like to try to make everything from ravens, etc. better. I do like this one, which is rabies. The damage over time increased from 76 to 110%. That's a pretty significant buff in my own personal opinion. So I like to see that because I think rabies is a build that, how do we put it? The damage over time stuff doesn't really feel as good as just flat damage because you literally have to wait for it to happen. And if you can one-shot a mob, why would you want to one-shot a mob and then wait for them to die from the bleed, unless we're talking like Poison Rogue or something? So I actually quite like seeing this. And Poison Creeper, etc. People have been using just to add poison just in order to get like the Envenom procs, etc. from multiplying type of damage. So it's cool to see we have some more poison options potentially being added here. Paragon Lightning Resilience Rare Node. Okay, so it goes from 4% to 6%. So maximum life bonus being increased. That'll be interesting how this pairs with Temerity, since Temerity is now off maximum life. So maybe maximum life's getting a little bit better here. Legendaries, Aspect of Metamorphic Stone, Spirit Cost reduction reduced, the damage dealt 80 to 100% to 120. That's actually pretty decent. And then we have Aspect of the Alpha going from 75 100 to 90 150. Okay, so a smaller 15% bump up there. And then Resort Gain on Mango Ad Spec going from 1 to 3. That's a pretty significant change in terms of resource gain. Not sure if that's going to be enough that it makes me super excited by that, but that's actually, I mean, maybe it does actually. A 3x multiplier on that, go from 1 to 3. Okay. And then we have the class overload mechanic, the lightning one there. Lucky hit chance from 20-40%. I don't really think I've ever seen anybody use that. I don't know if anyone's going to use it now. Maybe. Doesn't feel like I would still want to use that, but let's continue here. Sorcerer is going to be the other major change they were talking about. Obviously, they're doing the same things it looks like that they said they were going to do in the previous campfire chat, which is effectively Firebolt generates mana now, casting Fireball increased duration, critical strike damage increase. They're basically buffs across the board for fire and lightning. Again, if you want to see all of the breakdown, you want to talk about all this more in detail, you can come by the live stream. There are a lot of changes in here, but effectively the TLDR of all of this was it looks like they're trying to make lightning and fire better. Ice Shard seems to be like the build that everyone's using for Sorcerer, so they're trying to add more things in there for variety. Also, if you take a look at this, you're going to know this damage reduction increases a lot of these within the Paragon boards. They're trying to give Sorcerer some innate damage reduction itself, since it seems to be like a fairly squishy class. So I do like to see Sorcerers getting some love. A lot of changes in these patch notes here. Now let's look at the uniques, because I'm curious about this. The damage penalty of the Gloves of Luminaire reduced from 65-55 to 45-35, so you're trying to get that to proc. Damage to stun affixes replaced with the lucky hit change to resource. Okay, so they're going from while stunned to lucky hit you grab additional resources. Sort of like the Bone Spear Necromancer. This would be a best in select type of glove affix, where you would attempt to restore your primary resource from the lucky hit. It was pretty necessary. I think that this is probably a smart change, and the Luminaire's first bounce occurs much closer to the player as well. So now we have damage penalty reduction, and the first bounce happens more often, so they're trying to get that extra damage to proc more often, is what it looks like to me. We're going to go through just very briefly the last Necromancer one here.
Welcome to my channel.
And then we're going to move on to these standard gameplay changes. So, Enhanced Bone Spirit, yep, they're sticking to the same one. Cooldown reduction is by an extra second. It looks like this is all of the same amounts prior. Willpower requirement bonus reduced from 50 to 40 for Wither. Bonus damage per 40 willpower increased from 2.5 to 4%. And as we go through here, Sever. This was a smart change where they're changing the way Sever's aspect works, where there's an aspect that when you crit with Sever, you have a chance to spawn Blight Pool. So you can kind of double dip and get both Blight and Sever at the same time. Now this just has a raw chance of happening. That way you don't have to build around Critical Strike in order for this to happen. The reason for this is damage over time effects cannot crit. So there's no reason to build a character into crit to get damage over time effects to proc. When those damage over time effects to proc can't crit anyway, you're building a dead stat. So this is actually a pretty nice change in my own personal opinion. These, however, the big ones. The aspect of exposed flesh is now a lucky hit, 10% chance to generate 30 to 50 essence when hitting a vulnerable enemy. So this is a significant difference over it only working on bone abilities. And those bone abilities, this was basically the best and rarest aspect. This many people didn't get this till way later. I got my first one in 96 on my Necromancer. And this is going to be a pretty big change, to be honest with you, because we're all going to group people up with vulnerability with things like Corpse Syndros. With it having to be vulnerable, it means like you're going to need the Frozen Mages that apply vulnerable, or you're going to need the Corpse Syndros in order to actually get this to work. Most people use the Corpse Syndros anyway, especially with the new cage start, so it shouldn't be as big of a problem. And then Decay is getting a pretty small damage bump there. I like this one. The aspect of Torment Essence regeneration goes from 2030 to 9170. So even the minimum is 3x of the previous maximum. So I love seeing that, because the essence regeneration, you didn't actually feel this at all. I tried using this aspect for a while. I couldn't feel it. So now I am excited to see if this is actually related. The Poking aspect here, a legendary category change from resource to utility. Oh, that's interesting. Chance for Golem to reduce its cooldown. Chance for Golem to spawn the corpses both got increased. I think they're trying to bump the Golem a little bit, because the Golem, it takes its own spot on the skill bar and therefore is de-incentivized to use it. And then this one, they're changing to the same. The Greaves of Empty Tomb, they're making bonus movement speed on the boots. This is smart. Movement speed is something you need as a Necromancer because you have no mobility. And then Balrog, Fire Breath, and these elite affixes, Fire Enchant, Electrified, and Shock Lance are no longer basically going to insta-gap your minions. If you didn't know before, the Balrog would be spawning in things like Overworld events, etc. And it's very frustrating because when you shoot Fire Breath and you pop so much damage so consistently, it would blow right through your minions, because the minions have a passive that allows you to eat certain amounts of percentage of damage as a cap per hit, but because the Balrog hits so often, it just shreds right through the minions anyway. So they're kind of changing this so your minions don't just get wiped out by a normal mob. Now, the part we care about, gameplay updates. Okay. Monster density. We are increasing monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and in Helltides. This is the really big one here. This is what we're excited by. I physically counted the red dots. It seems about 50%. They say bosses level 60 and more will have more health. Below 60 remain unchanged. 80 will have 50% increase. 100, 100% increase. 120, 120, and 150, 150% increased health. I think that's fine. I think bosses die as fast as elite mobs, and it's a little weird. And then level 35 and higher boss monsters have a 100% chance to drop legendary items. This is a big W. Treasure Goblins We now have an increased legendary drop chance from 6 to 14, so early killing treasure goblins are better now, and then you're guaranteed at 15 plus to get a legendary. This is good because treasure goblins felt terrible. I'm going to be honest. This is actually a good change. I'm really excited by that one. Legion events are now more rewarding. Guaranteed legendary drops starting at 35, so there's more reasons to do those. Now you see them as low dopamine legendary drops. You love to see that, especially early when legendaries were still kind of hard to get. They made multiple improvements on how damage and other effects interact with active barriers. So bonus damage or bonus effects that applied on hit or when dealing damage will now apply that same effect through barriers. Oh, that is cool. Okay, because like you remember before you have the butcher show up and you have a big shield and you can't do like your bonus effects, etc. So example, the exploit Paragon Grip will now apply vulnerable to enemies that have an active barrier. So that's a pretty big change. Cheat Death will now work properly when the player has an active barrier. This also affects PvP play, but the cheat death effects will now work properly when the player has an active barrier. I didn't know that the cheat death effects weren't working for this. This is actually good for me to know, I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of glad I read that there. Varsham will now break through any bone wall segments he dashes through. That makes sense. You can't pin him in. Cost of refunding skill and Paragon points has been reduced. This is what they're talking about, the respecking cost reduction. And they said it starts at smaller, lower levels and hits a maximum of 40% at level 100. So it's 40% of what it used to be, basically. Example, level 50 is 12%, 60 is 18%, 70 is 24%, and 80 is 30%. So these are significant reductions for up to a 40% reduction here in terms of cost to respect. I think that's quite good. We've increased the stack limit from elixirs to 2099. Yep, that seemed good. Additional stash tab can now be purchased with stash code, so we actually get new stash tabs. Very exciting. We have restored the cast time to leave dungeons back to 3 seconds. This was an issue they said was ability to use as a method of easy escape, particularly for hardcore players. We found that their change outweighed the downside of the game feeling less responsive. So we've heard your feedback on revising this. Basically, they took an L on this one because people didn't like this. I thought it was a dumb change personally. Malignant Hearts here. Yep, this is the one they talked about before. The Caged Heart of Spell Breaking. Upon taking elemental damage, you now gain 10 to 20% reduction for 5 seconds. And then Temerity. This is the change, like I was mentioning earlier in this video, that is going to be based upon maximum life as well. So it looks like this, they actually stayed very tight to the gameplay changes they mentioned. So we did get pretty good communication early about what these patch notes are actually going to be, and it looks like they stayed pretty true to that. Some bug fixes here. I'm not going to go through all of these. It looks like there's a pretty good amount of bug fixes. I will say there's one other bug at the moment that I'm not going to explain how to do. But from what I understand, there's currently an active bug in the game that Eternal characters are trading with seasonal characters and dumping gold and stuff like into that. I know there was a drama going on about that, so I think they're probably working on that as well. If you want to discuss these patch notes in more detail, or if you have questions, come on by the live stream, which will be in the description as well as in the comment. But in terms of these balance changes, these are what they said they were going to have in the game. They stuck pretty much true to these. I don't really see any changes in any of these characters that weren't things they said they were going to have happen. I think we got a few more listed in terms of uniques from the Barbarian because they absolutely needed this. This patch will be coming out on the 8th. It's just the patch notes today. So on the 8th, this will be a patch that will be live into the game and we can all experience these changes. And at that time, I think it'll be about time for me to finally play and try out the Barbarian, as we'll see if it's a good experience from the beginning. With that being said, I love you all. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for subscribing, and I'll see you on the live stream.
I thought I was done with Secret Invasion, but you know what they say, even when I'm out, I'm here. And it's largely because the director can't keep his mouth shut. Every time he does an interview, he says something that makes the situation worse. Whether that be talking about how he doesn't read reviews because for him, storytelling work is like a dialogue with the audience. Except in this case, it's where the audience is only saying one thing.
Have you lost your reptilian-ass mind?
And it is interesting how you think you can ever have a dialogue with the audience when you don't even read their reviews. That's not a dialogue, that's speaking to a brick.
This isn't looking good. This isn't looking good. Glad that's over.
Zdravo, zdravo, kako ste? Drago mi što ste došli. 3 tačke da mi prosipate uši. Ali slobodno treći. Imate moj paž, isto što je uče ovo dobro. Tebi je, ti ideš po bolnici. Čekaj, da kažeš da mi nemamo roditelje, niko drugi nema roditelji, imaš samo ti roditelji i samo tvoji roditelji idu u bolnicu. Hoćeš samo to da kažeš? Hoćeš samo to da kažeš? Da je meni interesantno da idem da tražim mamograf za majku, jel? Da to što ona radi. Jel misliš da mi je interesantno? Nije mene sramota, znaš, nego razumeš, niko ti ništa ne priča, znaš. Taj je interesantno. Kako je bilo čekaj, samo malo. Jel ti lekari zarađuju, jer čekaj, jel ti ideš u državnu bolnicu ili privatnu?
U državnu bolnicu.
Ali zašto plaćaš u državnu bolnicu? Onda odmah idi kod privatnika. Da.
Ne postoji državu privatniku koji radi operaciju na Hrvatskoj.
Pa onda idi u Rusiju.
Ne, onda to radi u Kamenicu, ali kažu može doći 2025. u Rusiju.
Kad umreš.
Tako
je.
I ako imaš 2000
I što sad ti to meni objašnjaš?
Ako imaš 2000 evra da daš viskiju, svaki put kad dođeš kod doktora viskiju...
A što bi dava viskiju?
Pa viskiju je da ne bude da mu daješ baš samo to. Nego viskiju na ona...
Da ga častiš,
kesica, da.
Ne znam.
Kesica, pa ona fin.
Ne znam.
Dobro je što ne znaš.
Nisam imao neizlečive slučajeve.
Pa, Bogu hvala nisi, a ne daj Bož da imaš jer spremi se da daješ kove. Ili da puštiš da ti roditelji.
Da puštim? Nema šta da puštim. Ako neko od nas samo da te pita nešto, pušti roditelji. Roditelji imaju i tvoji i moji 60 plus. Znaš, prosječan ljudski vek pre 100 godina bio je 45-50 godina. Pa bit će da je upravo tako ko što sam rekao, znaš. Rekao sam pre 100 godina, nisam rekao pre 300 godina. Rekao sam sljedeće. No, prosi što te prekida. Aha, ovdje kod kuma.
Što ću? A kuma dolazi kod mene.
A, kuma dolazi kod tebe.
Jeste taj moja medicinski.
Aha, pa kak ja vezimam sa kumom. O tome smo ispričali.
Kumom, to može biti muško i žensko. Bio sam sa kumom. Može biti s njim ili sa njegovom ženom, zavisi od akcija. Kumom ili kumom. Ali jednako se piše, ne znam kako da kažem. Ja ne volim, znači u prostoru bolnice, ja sam bio po bolnica, ali se ne radi, ja znači ne vidim se kad čujem to ne vidim.
Misliš kad osjetiš, to ste reći kad kažeš da čujem.
A, čulo, vidim se.
Čulo.
A znaš što mi neće, ili taj džubox složi. To ti je dođem u Loćinac i sad im dođem u subotu svoje kaže nisi ti dobar uput ispisali. Jesi ti vratiš u Loćinac i kažeš mene doktor rekao da niste dobar uput ispisali, ovako sigurno dobar uput ispisali. I čekaj, onda ja dođem i kažem pa dobro, ja ću sad otići za subotu, ali ako se još jedan put vrati, ja rekao, ja ću vrati ništa na rodu. Zašto niste dobar?
Ne mora bi neko glubije. Ako opet krenete da me driblate.
Pa ne, znaš kako ili ja sam došao do te faze, znači meni se majka nervira, ja sam došao do te faze da dođe kod doktora Subeca, kaže vi smatrate da ovo nije dobar put, da smatram, molim izvadi bijeli papir, napišite ovdje da nije dobar put, udarite pečat i potpišite da ja ovo ponesem kod doktora, ili da vas snimim, ili da vas slikam, jer ja ću zvati, znači ne znam što da radite. Ko sad dođe mi kaže, Milija, meni je reka sinu da kod tebi u džepu ima novčanih 100 dinara, ti kažeš, ne ako meni 100 dinara. Ja se vratim kod sina, kaže, Milija mi reka da nema 100 dinara, jedan godina ima 100 dinara u novčanih. Ja se opet vratim kod tebi, Milija, reka, pa neka ti simo da, ti simo reka, da razumiješ?
Yes.
To je ta varijanta. Ali to sve razumijemo, ovo su druže doktori, ti plaća, ti primaš platu, da mene primiš.
Da, upravo tome sam ti pričao. Plaćen si da uslužiš, nisi plaćen da radiš za džabe, vrlo dobro si plaćen za to što si se škola.
Pa sad ovo možda smatra da nije dobro plaćen.
Pa nek se žali državi, nek da otkaz, nek ode u privatni sektor, nek svi lekari koji smatraju da su nedovoljno plaćeni odu u privatni sektor.
Pa idu neki.
Ne, svi do jednog nek odu u privatni sektor.
Ali znaš kako je?
Nije problem. Nije problem. Ako za sve pare mogu da se izliječi, nije problem.
Ne, slušaj ti ovo, ja sam u subotu s ona bila ležala 2 nedelje ili 2 mjeseca i oni tamo rekli djecu za operaciju, mi to subotička bolnica ne radi operaciju na otvoreno srce, to su znači bajpasevi, oni to treba da se radi, to radi Kamenic. Dobro. Dao put za Kamenicu, mi došli
opet hipnotišeš pogledom, ne moraš da me gledaš da bi mi to priča. Nećete gledat u oči, verujem.
Mi došli u Kamenicu, ovaj kaže, jeste, kaže, stvarno je to za operaciju, dosta je to prošireno, ono treba da mi to što prije da se rešava, i ono, vi, kaže, čekaj da pogledam u kompjuter, on pogleda, kaže, može, kaže, tamo da se čujemo, kaže, krajem 2025. Čuću se 2023. kaže, znaš kako momak ima 300 već njih na listu čekanja.
Koliko njih će
Ne,
preteći?
i ne laže da ima 300 njih na čekanju, ali sa kovertom i tako dalje ti preskačeš punktove,
a da li smatraš da taj koga si ti preskočio ne zaslužuje da živi ili te boli kurac za njim?
Ne.
Nego to je već problem korupcije u državi, je li to?
I ovo je, ja se s tobom slažem u jednom. Ali mora shvatiš jednu stvar, takav je nažalost svijet. Znači ne mojom voljom, nego tuđom krivicom. Ajmo sad to ovako da kažemo, ako ima jedna rampa i stoje vojnici i kažu vidi, od 200 koji tu čekate, prvih 20 će proći, drugo 20 ćemo pobiti.
I šta sad, niko ne mrda?
Ja moram preko tvoje glave idem, jer meni moja guzica draža od tvoje.
A čekaj, možemo li nas 100
da
se zaletimo pa da pobiju oni nas 50 pa će 50 proći?
Možemo, ali nema slobode. To je ono alaja što se ja govorio, da ja, aj sad neću uzeti sebe, da ti, Đuro, Pero, Janko, Marko, Zet, Umara, svi koji su nezadovoljni poslom i platom, da ne dođu na posao taj dan.
A ti nemaš posao, nemoj da dižeš
Ne, imam ja posao, ja sam
a nemaš posao, to nije posao, nisi prijavljen. Nisi prijavljen, ne plaća dažbine, pokaži.
Kako ti pokaže? Evo također tu nisi ne kako ti pokaže?
A, otićemo zajedno u policu.
Dobar dan.
Koji je danas dan? Ne možeš, sutra radim, jedino preksutra.
Otićeš ti gore, rećeš dobar dan.
A neću da tražim.
Ja sam Vlado Milan, radim u jednoj firmi, eto samo da imam plaćen radni staž i penzijsku zdravstvenu. On će kažu, u redu, daj mi jedno drugo, ti mu reći ti ja pili jedno drugo, on će ti reći jeste ili nije, vodiš se ne vodiš. To je to. Pa ne bude da ja uđem i pozađem.
Ma, otićemo zajedno, ne. Šta je problem? Pa neće nas izbačiti obojicu. Što ćeš ti mogu?
Pa, nije problem, ali on će da kaže, dobro, to je gledano.
Ja, obojici.
Ja ću reći, ja sam poslodavac, ovo mi je rado. Ali, svako neko ne znam, ali moram se obraditi. Realno ne znam. Ja, koji radim jednom u 3 dana, i odem u rubaš, kada ti pijem kafe, dođem kuću u podne, ja ne mogu biti nezadovoljan rubaš. Ja bi ovo, da ja kažem, ali ovdje ti drobno neću ja koji mi radi gorivo, no ti meni daj stoji, da ovdje mi spita, zašto momak spira da? Ja put 3 dana dođeš u rubaš, piješ mi kafe po kafića, ugovoriš te slupija
telefona. A što to pomašaš kad pričaš? Samo to znam.
Ali vidi ovo, ali da radim tvoj posao ili kumov posao ili posao LTS i da imam takvu platu, ja bi ujedao. U stvari, ja neću da radim za to. I ja bi štrajkovao.
Slušaj me, mene ne interesuje što kum ima, mislim, interesuje me, njegova je stvar. Ima ženu, ima ženu i 3 dece, ima svoju kuću, ima... Ama nije plaćen, zato što radi dnevno 15 sati, razumeš?
Pa nije baš 15.
Šta nije? Radi...
Ide u 5, dođe u 5, to je 12, izgubi 13 sati.
Radi 10 sati i radi... Boga mi, aha. A šta kad na kraju radnog vremena hoće sa društvom dodu da popiju...
Pivo?
Mislim, znaš da moj kum ne...
Dobro, ali to nema veze s poslom.
Mislim, nisam siguran kako ga sad drži pivo.
Ne, to nema veze s poslom.
Nema veze s poslom, ali ima čojstvo junaštva.
Ne, znaš li škulje?
I dobar obrazi, tako to i ono...
Škulje smo radili u Žviku i, brate, mi završimo posao do 3-4 popodne. Ja hoću da idem kući, kao ono ti, nebitno ću da masturbiram, hoću da se kupam, nebitno šta.
Znam, a on hoće da...
Ne, a on neće kući, njemu se ne ide kući, jer kad on dođe kući, njemu će žena odmah da uvali djecu, da on uči s njima, njemu je bolje 2-3 sata da on pije kafu, sprda se sa mnom blejino, jer će žena sve da odradi to što bi njega sačekalo i on samo dođe gotov, polunervozan, a u pičku materina, bio sam duže, uzme, jede, istušira se i da spava. Zaobiše i domaći sa djecom, zaobiše i Viku, i Dreku, i na tezanje, i djecu povedi na sladoled, povedi ih na loptu, nebitno. On je sve to zaobiša jer je otega sebi posao da ne bi došao kući.
U Barku i Topoli par kolega koji su isto tako
Rezonoval.
Da, ali ja ne mogu to da razumijem. Mislim, ako sam nezadovoljan privatnim životom, onda treba se preselim, a ne...
A dobro, ko je zadovoljan privatnim životom?
Ne treba da ostane na poslu da bi rekao, kao... Onda iskreno kažem, ne ide mi se odmah doma, ja ću ostati, da mi praviš društvo. Ljudi to ne kažu, ljudi nisi direktno.
Čekaj, ne, nije to ne. Nego, nije lako posrat se po sebi, znaš.
Po sebi?
Jeste. Znaš kako, samo će neki ljudi tipa kao Pero Savić, kad je u momentu tako reći, ženitna, može se ženiti. Znaš, neće niko da kaže. Kum kaže, nema veće sreće, radosti, no žena, djeca,
to u redu, i žene, djeca,
ali... Slušaj, ali da ga pitaš samog u sebi, sigurno je milion puta reka što se ja ovo sebi napravio, jebote život. Znaš šta je meni rekla Pero Savić, sad kad je zadnji put bio? Kaže, rašćerat ću ih sve, žene i djeca me gledaju kao bankomat. I kaže, neka to, no 7. i 8. dan, pošto 3 mjeseca, 4 sam u Crnu Goru, kad dođe 10 dana kući. Već ih smetam, remetim im, znaš.
Bioritam.
Pa remetim im bioritam, daj to para malo što si zaradio.
Kao stranac.
Povedi me so.
Kao stranac u svoj kući.
Kaže, vede me kao bankomat. Kapiraš? Znaš šta je najgore? Ti šuta da daj Bože, kad nešto se razboliš ili planeš, preskaču te kao na autobusu. I gdje sam bio, šta sam radio, u djecu ulaga, nebitno što je izgubio zdravlje, sve. Dobro, nije to svuđe slučaj. Ali ima boganih slučaja. Brate, ja kad dođem kući, ti meni kažeš, ajmo mi kod kuma. Brate, svaka čast svakome. Ja se ne ženim i neću tu obavezu, baš da ne bi imao tu vrevu, dreku, viku, natezanje kroz kuću. Pa moga bi ja to sam sebi da uradim pa da trpi svoju djecu, razumiješ? Sam ja trpio tuđu djecu. Nemam ništa protiv njih. Nemam ništa protiv nikakvog djeteta. Nebitan je sad kum, Pero Savić, Janko, Marko. Ali postoji nešto kad ja nisam psihički, kako se to kaže, psihički voljan za to. Nije meni dijete krivo. Meni je roditelj kriv ako djeca... Zavisi ja dođem kod tebe da pričam i nešto i svaki čas to dijete upada ulič, razumiješ? A ti idite tamo djecu igrajte se, ne bi. Nemam ja ništa protiv ničije djece. Djeca nisu kriva, mogu samo roditelji da budu krivi. Djeca do 18 godina to, dok nije debelo punoljetna ni to,
5 minuta!
Dijete nije kriv. I postoje, ja volim djecu, ali postoje momenti kad sam ja spreman da dođem do dečijeg nivoa, da s njima ničem da se zjebamo, da se paskamo vodom, da se jurimo i tako dalje. A postoje neki dani kao na primjer sad, gdje sam nervozan, bio sam kod doktora, šetaju me, ja se nerviram, majka mi se nervira što se ja nerviram, ja se nerviram što se majka nervira. I postoji dan kad...
Dan kad je otišao Has.
Jest, kad mi treba ili vježbanje, ili rad, ili mir. Ne znam kako to da ti objasnim. Kad ti došao si s posla, nervozan si, možda su te nategli, radio si nečiju smenu, odradio si umjesto nekoga nešto, nebitno.
Ne radim.
Banalizuj. Dosta si sat vremena duže zbog nečije zebacije kao LTS. Ovo što ove su zaboravile, nebitno. Sta se sat vremena duže i sad ja dođem i vidjet ćemo nastaviti. Neću, brate, ostavim, hoću da šedim sam sa sobom i da gledam telefon.
Da vidim. 10 i 7, 17 i 10, 27, 5, 32, tačno.
Šta?
Ali mi treba nešto para.
Para,
in-game para. Šta će mi in-game? Šta će mi ovo? Šta će mi? Pa da me svi cimaju, treba ovo, treba ono, treba kupiti polo, treba dograditi kupatilo, ta si ti lud? Jesi ti lud? Znam da nisi, to je pitanje jesi li. Nadira ćeš reći da nisi. I da ono kao, pa nisam kao, što pitaš?
Za ovo. Jer uvijek nešto ima oko kuće, nešto da familiji.
Uvijek može nešto da se uloži.
Da bi se moglo nešto upgradeovati, ne samo računar. Da se upgradeuje kola, da se upgradeuje motor, da se upgradeuje...
Ima neki 200-300 dinara, Keo kaže, treba, mislim, ovaj krevet stvarno, nije ovo krevet, ovo je trosed.
Samo ti kažem, bolje je ono.
Mislim, ne znam na šta ti spavaš. Simo ima stvarno deluxe krevet, ono, francuski ležaj, odlično. Mislim, ja volio da ima nešto udobno, se nalomim. Ali ono, kao okej, u redu.
Čekaj, da li se ti lomiš na taj krevet?
Znaš kako, zna da bude neudoban. i nisko i to i, znaš. Ali mene mrzi.
Šta te mrzi?
Mislim, ja volim da imam pare, recimo, aj ti odemo...
Što odemo, iđeš kod...
Ma nećemo sad idemo. Odemo u Novi Sad, u Suboticu neće. I ono, bez veze se šetam, uđem u salon.
I ti ne iđeš?
Nameštaja i, brate, svidi mi se, vidim cene tipa 100-200 hiljada, pošaljem adresu, odmah platim, pošaljem mi. A ja sad da kao...
Namjenski gađeš to, ideš...
Kao moja majka. Sad ćemo da tražimo u ono poglasno. Treba nedelju dana da planiram stvar da uradim. To mene...
To si ja nije za to.
Mene
Meni isto mrzi za kredit. A što se meni desi? Znaš onaj krevet gdje ja spavam u moju sobu?
Jedini
krevet što imam u sobu. I on je... Sad ne znam kako je to... On je onako malo ulega na sredinu, znaš?
Da. Znam šta pričaš. Kuku...
Šta?
Ja znam.
Pa recimo kao sad tebi...
Taj nije ulega, ali kod glave zna da... Nije, sredina je dobra, nego kod glave tamo na taj zglob. Nemoj ga pritiskati.
Da, to.
Ti zglobuje se problem.
Na što sam radio? Ja, pošto mi mrzi to da radim što ti priča sve, ja brat tu ovako podigla sve ovo, samo ovako izmjerio, 2 štafle letvora kinuo, naš ono letvora.
Da.
One, ali bukove, jako one.
Stavio se ispod.
To da, ispod zakuca i vratio sve ono. I kapiraš, od ovoga, ona odmah došla, jer zašto je propala, što je pukla daska. Što je zanimljivo, ajde. Vidiš?
A dobro, to je samo popravak, ne pričamo popravak, pričamo da generalno to je trosed, ono obavlja funkciju troseda, ali nije...
Da, ovo je neki kao ležaj pomost, nije ovo generalno...
To je kad ti dođe u gosti da spava 2-3 dana, da ne spava na pod.
I ovo viš to, ono što je važno.
To je kupatilo gore iznad, to ti jasno. Mislim, znaš gdje mi je kupatilo, je tako, otprilike. Kupatilo je iznad. Mislim, ne curi voda ni ništa, razumeš, jednostavno je zidovi, ono, emituju, šta ja znam.
To je divno da se obije, izmalteriše i tako ćeš da rišiš.
A šta da se odbije?
Pa da.
Da se bukvalno izvade cigla, se opet se zida, šta?
Ne cigle, nego ima jedan dio maltera, možda 2 prsta u debljini, možda i 3. Nisam siguran. To se iščekića do ciga, ali onda se izmalteriše ponovo i okreće i onda se rješuje problem. A sve kako krećiš, opet izbija iz ziga. To je nemoguće rješiti, bez tako.
To za krećanje, to ne pali.
Ne, ja znam, ja si na taj problem kući. Samo znaš što sam ja uradio, bez da ste vidjeli, to se zove marmorin. To se kupi, nije skupo, možda je kanta 2000 dinara, kao djupola. U boji. I to namažeš recimo oko čitave kuće ovoliko. To dođe kao da je plastificirano, ali u boju. Ne znam kako to objasnim bez tako. Marmorin se zove.
Kako ja, mislim da je Kevo zivala to.
Kao da je plastificirano. I onda ne može. Može da zanosi, znaš, ali ti obrišeš krpom i nema problem. Sad ti možeš ti sad praviti tu kao neki, ne znam ja, ona se čita u sob oko, recimo ovaj zid i ovo malo, i to je neko, možda bude boja plava, žuta, još možda ćeš boja. Jer u tu smesu plastike dodaješ farbu, u još ćeš boja, da? Krevet ima uviđuš kod ovoga na polovne stvari, možda smo trebali post da ja vidim iza sebe i onda u jednom turnusu neka donese i tebi i meni krevet. Što? A?
Šta s krevet?
Pa da kupim ja sebi.
Neću polovni krevet uzimam, brate. A neću.
Kunem ti se ti polovni kreveti iz inostranstva. Bolji su nego što ćeš za nas da kupiš od Iverice Bog kod nas malo. Samo ću ti to reći. I znaš što je još najgore? Krevet koji treba ovdje da platiš na 500-600 evra, ako njega na 150. Ali ja ne znam kakav ti hoćeš krevet.
Divan kao širok krevet, dugačak.
Kako misliš divan?
Hoćeš da odeš gore u sobu da iš koliko si imao krevet.
Dobro, ti hoćeš bračni krevet.
Ogroman krevet, mogu da se raširim.
Pa ja neću na primjer bračni.
Pa ti nećeš, ne voliš da se širiš po krevetu. Ne želim da sad dovodim gospođe da, znaš, ne želim. Zato što želim da se preselim pa da onda imam takve aktivnosti. Ne želim. Da svi moraju iz kuće da izađu da bi ja imao seksualni interkurs.
Pustiš malo muziku.
Bata, ali preselit ćemo se. Kad dođe do toga,
malo je zajebanije,
naćemo
tebi
stan.
ođe.
Samo da te pita nešto, 40 godina imaš. Jesi kada veo curu, i tu su bili roditelji. I ono sve...
Pa šta, pušti muziku u sobu,
Dobro, nisam bio rado znao da mi prepričavaš detalje, nego samo te pitam kakav je tvoj stav po tome.
Ne pušti sad diskoteka, puštiš onako malo, kako da kažem.
Atmosfer.
Pa više da oni ne... A dobro znaju, onda su ti tu roditelji, pa neće... A zašto je zajebanije? Zajebanije je kad je neko gore, a ti dolje. A kad si ti dolje, teško će on ču gore. Kontaš me? Jer gore ti čuješ korake, krevet, ovo ono, a dolje one možda čuje, pa neš ti ovo radit gore.
Ozbiljno.
Pa je.
Znaš koliko puta sam pričao sa kumom preko Discorda?
Kumom, muškim pekom.
Preko Discorda?
Dobro.
Da, s kumom ja pričam obično. Ja i moja kuma smo dobri pa pričamo. Ti znaš kako ja volim da pričam s udatnim ženama? Obožavam, nema veze, obožavam da pričam s udatnim. Ja ne izidem kod njih kad znam da ovaj nije kući. Ako se zajebem pa dođem, a Petar mi je rekao kao bit ću ja kući, svrati ti, ja dođem, njega nema, ja ću ostati tu možda za kafu na to od 15 minuta. Da popijem kafu i ćao, nema ja šta da tražim. Mislim, ja sam staromodel stvarno po tom pitanju. I nema ja šta ću Dinku sudati žena pol sata sad. Kao što rekao.
Vidi, ti možda kupiš, ja sam to cijel, ali to je bačanje para, da kupiš onaj Delvea, ono Bog, 4 cm.
Ležaj.
Ne mori skupen, koju staviš ono kao madrac, gore. Ali taj sve dozvoljeno od majstori. I taj madrac je 7-8 milijada, a ti kupiš ceo krevet za 150 €. Polovan, dobar.
To je jedino ako ti se sviđa to na šta ležiš pa da uzmeš samo madrac, a meni se iskreno više to ni ne sviđa.
Ali čekaj, Ilija, nije poenta u krevetu, to su sve sanduk u njegovom okviru. To je, razumiješ jako, nego je poenta u madracu.
A, ozbiljno.
Pa ali ako kod toga čovjeka čuš suboticu, ja sve suboticu, uvićeš, on ima dosta povoljne stvari. Povoljne i dobre. Sve je to hemijski oprano, nebitno. Što brate, ako neđeš neki krevet, platiš ga 150 €,
ne znam, nemam pojma, možda podnem neđeš na pogledam.
Ja bi priuzeo kod njega nego novac, zato što su novi skupi, baš su skupi.
Kao što rekao.
50, 60, 80
zavisi šta mi se svidi. Nikad žalila nije, da te noćas je carila kanđe, Anđela.
Šta je ovo? Svo jede? Ovo su važne moranice. Opet se nalazi 36 pa. Dobro bavili smo to rano jutro su subotici, znači
Od sljedeće sezone nemam potrebe da igram taj Hanšodan. Ne znam kako ga ti igraš svaki dan, ja...
Ti rekao kako sam riješio problem kada?
Obrisao si shader nešto.
Ma nije to. Ma nije.
Nije?
Iako sam izlučio firewall.
Ovo si sam izlučio?
Ne. Imaš u samom firewallu, kad uđeš ono da vidiš aplikacije ko ono označio za provjeru.
Ne.
Znaš šta mislim?
Znam, koje dozvoljava ili ne dozvoljava.
I on u Huntu vidi nešto na lik virusu i samo ga krši. Ja sam samo stavio da Hunt ne podleže njegovoj provjeri, iako je firewall isključen u opciji.
I?
I nema problem. A znaš kako sam došao do toga, čitao sam. Jer kao on prepoznaje nešto u igri...
I onda te samo diskonektuješ, šta?
Pa kao Alt F4, sam mi ugasi. Bez zapucavanja, bez greške, bez ičega.
To je prvi put zapravo što si mi ti priča da neko od ljudi koje znam iz Hunt Community da baš takav problem ima da ga igra baš...
Alt F4.
Da ga diskonektuješ.
Ali vidiš, u tome što sam vidio za firewall, imam tu i druge igre, tu mi je oštrikiran i Witcher za provjeru, i Warzone, i God of War, i Sve igre su mi tu stavljene za kao provjeru. I Hunt Showdown, ali nijedne ga ne crashuje bez Hunt. Mislim, crashuje. Jer ne izbaca nikakav... Nije izbacao nikakvu grešku. I nije čak ni da zamrzne sliku, pa ja moram naš da ja moram se prilati ili ne. On sam jednostavno kasa dao F4, samo jedan put ti nema, tap. Ja radim u računaru, nikakva greška, dvoklikne igricu, on je opet upali. Jednostavno on je nešto u tim nekim fajlovima od igrice, toga nešto, ja pojma volim, ne vidim zašto kad sam kupio legalno sobu.
Imaš legalan Steam nalog i legalno kupljenu igru, ne znam šta je problem.
Pa ne znam. Nisam shader instalirao, da kaže shadere da sam ono, pa ajde da kaže da on vidi neki easy anti-cheat ili nešto.
Nisu ni, ne podležu ni easy anti-cheatu shaderi trenutno, tako da s tim nemaš problem.
Jednostavno sam otišao u firewall i onda gore aplikacije i tako dalje, onda otvoriti jedan prozorč imaš listu jedno 20-30 aplikacija, znaš. Koje on kao, ima tu i nekih programa, nije to samo, pomozi mi reći, nije to samo igra. Neki programi su označeni. I onda imaš tamo kao privacy, kao dvije kolone, imaš kao privacy, imaš kao, kako se kaže, javno ili nebitno, ono kao...
Public.
Da, public i privacy. I sad neke aplikacije su štrikirane na public, neke na privacy, a neki na jedno i na drugo. Onda trebamo da nađem huntshowdown.exe tu i onda da odštrikiram da uopšte Hunt ne podleže proveri od firewalla, ajmo tako reći. Da ga uopšte ne obraća pažnje na igru. I onda sam morao da restartujem računar i morao sam da verifikujem fajlove od same igre, naš opet, zato što možda je nešto ogradio, razumiješ? Prije nego što sam isključio. Verifikovao sam fajlove i čak i to znam da uradim, ja? I pokrenuo sam dvoklik igru i nije mi kraj problem. Ne znam, možda će mi napraviti, ali igrao sam dosta lagano, nije mi kraj problem.
Sviđa mi se što je Boris rekao da više ne izigra Hunt.
Boris Gabina Makić ili Gabinočki?
Za Borisa Makića sam siguran da hoće. Nije jasno što igra sa nasumičnim tipovima, ali dobro.
Ili ti randomsima, kao i ja. Pa dobro, šta sad ima tu loše?
Tebi je svejedno. Bitno je da neko je na nišanu da nisi ti.
Si od cucu čestita sam na diplomu.
Gdje diplomira?
Ti stručnjak, svidi.
Dobre. Kad se zaposli čestitat ću.
Pa dobro, sad ne znam
ja
sad ne znam koji je to stepen kao te...
Pare mi ne trebaju, samo mi je drago mi je položio. Kad se zaposli čestitat ću.
Ne znam da li to sad ono baš IT stručnjak tipa, ne znam...
Učio za Java programera. Online tech kursa.
Uglavnom dobio tu neku diplomu. Zato.
Kao što rekao, ako od toga napravi par ili dobije neki posao, ja ću stvarno biti impresioniran. Ako ne bude radio posao portira ili pomoćnog radnika neđe.
Nego nešto vezano.
Pa nešto vezano uz to će biti impresioniran. Čega će to kinuti?
A kinut će mi srce od nervoze.
Od nervoze.
Znaš ti sreće? Ja, pritisak nije dobar.
Svanio si dijed. Kaj?
Pa, tačno imam 90 kg, ne znam sad, ja mislim da si ti sad trenutno teži.
Ja sam ljudska težina, to je.
Kupio sam neke šape, neki dan šila sam onaj stol kod mene, bilo su mi 2 šape.
Od čega šape?
Od stola na onog crnog, današnjega rada. Pa su 2 šafa su falila.
Što se šlogirala?
Pa ne, falila su jednostavno. Ja vidim kad igram ono, znaš, nekad malo ono, znaš, nije mi stabilan stol. Ja vidim ono, šape ključ, 10 dinara šala. Sa maticom, samo zato mi. Dobar je ono stol, top je ono stol. Jedino što bi volio da je možda još jedno 10 cm.
Šta, ovaj sto?
Ne, moj onaj crni, ali znači onaj crni 100 kontrol, ono je bomba. Bomba.
Kako misliš dublji?
Kratak je.
Nisam siguran šta znači dublji.
Kratak je, ovoliki otprilike.
Uzak.
Nije uzak, uzak je ovo. Ovo je uzak.
Brate, ovo je širina, ovo je širina.
Pa ako je nešto široko, šta je kontrol? Široko, usko.
Ja se znam, ovo je dužina, ovo je dužina stola.
Ne, to je širina.
Ovo je dužina stola, ovo ti je širina. Zavisi kako ga obrnemo,
ne.
Može kontra biti.
Nemoj sad da mi filozofiraš, tako kako sjediš. Ovo ti je dužina, ovo ti je...
Ovako kako sjediš, ne?
Tako.
Ovako ili onako kad tamo?
Nemoj filozofiju kad si ustrano.
Po bočki, ili?
Znači, fali mi dužina stola. Ili dubina, kako hoćeš. Jer moj stol otprilike je dubok ovoliko. A tačno mi fali još ovoliko, da mogu malo ekran da odaljim, da mogu malo da...
Do mene to fascinira zapravo.
Šta?
Dubok.
Ako ovo širina, ovo visina, kako se zove prema tamo?
Šta god.
Dužina.
Onamo.
Dubina. Ako imaš 3D, šta je ono tamo unutra bez dubine?
Fantastično.
Ne znam, gdje si ti učio pojma.
Dim.
Ako je ovo širina monitora, ako ovo visina monitora, ako ovo dijagonala monitora, šta je ono tamo unutra što gledaš u daljinu? Dubinu. Ne znam kako. Nije kako da kažem.
Mene zanima zašto ti tražiš te honorarne poslove kad ti odgovara posla koji radiš?
Malo mi je par.
A zašto ne nađeš posao?
Pa...
Ne možeš da nađeš posao koji ima dovoljno novca?
Ne.
Onda idi s kumom na gradilište, bit će para kao blat.
Ne.
Ima svaki dan da cepaš 12 sati, od ponedeljka do subote.
Za minimalac koji ja primam, ja ultra minimalno radim.
A dobro, nemoj mi sad to, ja ne radim puno, ali primam malo.
Tako je.
Pa dobro, onda opet ti si zadovoljan time.
Ali vidim,
pristajem da radim za male pare, minimalno. Pa ja i ti se tu slažemo. Ne, džav, neće te puštim. Ja i ti se slažemo tu. Za ono koliko me plaćaju,
donja granica
minimalno. Ne da neću, nego razumeš, uvijek ću da radim nešto, nije problem, nešto ti mene naći nikad ja stojim. Najgore što možda mi se desi je da odem po čašu vode kad je leto.
Ili odeš u
WC da... Neću ni u WC da odem. Odem kad je pauze. Odem po čašu vode. I to me svi vide da sam otišao po čašu vode. Popijem, bačim, vratim se na radno mjesto. Uvijek sam na radnom mjestu. Uvijek.
E sad, kvalitet tvoga rada je...
To mene interesuje. Juče je bio taj neki Brko, tehnolog...
Jesi mu rekao Brko?
Kako nesi lud, viš me čovjek parsirao na ti, Jarko...
Dobro, šta? A čekaj, on je tu došao, kao...
Nije došao, nego
on tu radi?
Pa, to mu je radno mjesto, nije stalno tu do duše.
Dobro.
Jeste ono ujutro tu, ali...
Dobro, i šta se dešava, ti radiš?
Ma, nije, došla mi je smena u 10:02 i desio se taj tehnolog. I ovaj mali, mogu ja da bude malo više kolegijalan, ali mali se.
Čekaj, koji ti je
ovaj mali koji mi je menjao u smenu, kaže, rekao da nemoj ovo pisati, ja rekao što? Pa kaže, prošli put sam prepravio, rekao što? I onda ja sad, nije mjesto čemu priča.
A ti si napisao kad ti on došao?
Ne, nego broj obrtaja. Imaš vreme koliko ti traje zames, imaš broj obrtaja zamesa.
Čekaj, to ti sad na tom papiru?
Ama nije, brate, ne pišem ja gluposti, ne nosim doma. Nešto drugo sam pisao. Za ono za igru.
Dobro, vidim da čitaš.
Ma kaki, te parametre...
Dobro, to su sad...
Ja sam očitao sa displeja parametra i sad imaš u prvu, drugu, treću fazu mešanja. Međutim, ono što ja se ne zamaram s time, razumeš, što meni nije primat... A oni se recimo zamaram? Ma, to njih kao... Nisam ni razmišljao o tome, to mi je zadnja rupa nasvirana. Kaže, nije ti ovo vreme dobro, rekao, što? Pa kaže ovo, kaže, nemaš niđe, kaže, ni jedno. Rekao, dobro, ima 30 sekundi, 180, ok, i zadnja faza piše 180. Dobro, ovo nije logično, znaš. To nisam rekao za treću fazu, ali to sam pomislio. Kaže, ovo ti nije, kaže, dobro, kaže, gdje ti imaš tu fazu? Rekao, nemam pojma, piše na displeju, kaže, gdje piše? Ja vam pokažem, sad imaš, ovako imaš...
Ne pita tehnolog?
Ne, tehnolog je bio tu, znaš, kao slučaj.
U vas.
Ma, u vas. I kaže, u koju to recepturu ima? Ja ono, pošto je nova mašina, možda 2 nedelje. Slabo ko zna da radi s tim.
Pa ni ti?
Ma znam, ali nisam dobro pročitao parametre. Ja sam pročitao drugu kolonu. U prvu kolonu ti piše vreme, A nema kolone, sve su onako odvojene, znaš, rubrike, ima nizo i broj.
Da, jasno.
I sad imaš vreme, broj obrtaja i broj rotacija, one kible gdje se sipa...
Jasno, za tijesto.
Da. I sad ne možeš promašiti broj obrtaja, kible ti je 5, 10, 20. I sad ne možeš da pogrešiš, ja sam pogrešio, to ti je broj rotacija od toga vitla. To ti je 30, 180, 100 ili 190, 220. Ja sam to zapisao kao vreme mešanja, a to nije vreme mešanja. Vreme mešanja je 30...
Dobro, ti si zamijenio sa obrtaj sa mješanjem.
Jest. Slično je, ali nije isti parametar. Glavna razlika je što je zadnja faza 340 sekundi, ne 180. Ja rekao jebi ga, ja sam pogrešno pročitao.
A čekaj, nije ništa robi dio?
Pa u kemijskom prešaraš i napišeš drugi parametar, nije naš. Ali...
A čekaj, reci ti meni, ti na posao otprilike samo pratiš rad mašine.
Da ne stane, da se nešto kao prošli put.
Dobro, ti moraš da nahraniš mašinu, to tako da se izrazim. Da ubaciš sastojke.
Napuniš brašno, napuniš vodu.
Pa nahraniš mašinu, to se kaže stručno nahraniš.
Jeli majke.
A o kuter, kesiš to nahranio?
Pa ovo ti je kao kuter, ali za brašno.
A čekaj,
kao kuter.
Tu nemaš neke tempo, on ne radi tu samo pravi isto.
On meša testo, da.
Ti
imaš samo da pratiš temperaturu.
Kad on to stvori...
Kad zamesi, jesi.
Da. To ti vadiš ili mašina sam isporučuje?
Ne, to je na staru mesilicu koju još uvijek imamo u pogonu, ali trenutno ne koristimo. Možda ćemo u budući, ali... Na staru mesilicu je bilo da ti zamesiš, pa onda odneseš do elevatora, pa pritisneš dugme, pa sad čekaš da prevrne, pa ako ostane, popneš se na stepenice, pa zgrebeš i onda spustiš pa opet. Ovo je manje više automatski. Jedino što pritisneš dugme jednom ili dva puta u toku mešanja i imaš među fazu gdje to nisu automatizovali, već to moraš ti ručno da sipaš ulje, palmino, ne, vodu sam sipaš palmino ulje i...
Ono da ne zalijepi tijesto za zidove.
Jest, sipaš palmino ulje i sipaš so, bikarbonu, gluten.
Da, imaš recepturu po kilaži, da.
Nije to puno. I to je to. Sve ostalo ti je...
Ne bi to bilo toliko loše da se ne mora treća raditi.
Nije treća problem. Ti grešiš tu.
A ne, tu grešiš.
Nije problem treća. Problem je što sam jučer radio prvu i prekjučer prvu. A sad radim drugu. I sutra radim drugu. Pa posle sutra radim treću. I onda opet tamo radim treću.
A što ti to problem?
Pa zato što se svaka 2-3 dana, zato što menjaš ritam.
A čekaj, reci mi, bi li ti bilo lakše da recimo nedelju radiš prvu, nedelju radiš drugu,
u suštini,
nedelju radiš treću?
Ja idem u isto vreme u krevet kad je prva i druga. Ja idem između 10 i 11 sati, nekad u 12.
A čekaj, bi li ti lakše prvo da radiš nedelju dana prvu, nedelju dana drugu?
Da, ne poznaš me ja pointiram. Lakše kad po nedelju dana to radiš. Tad je lakše.
A dobro, možete li vi to da radiš tamo s njima?
Nemaš, to oni tako organizuju, poslije nemaš. Možda se ljudi ne bi ni složili, možda ne odgovara svakom. A kad odrežu, razumeš, kad budu, oni su namestili kapacitet da rade na 2 linije, ali trenutno im fali ta mašina koja broji te tortilje i fali ljudi. Mada imaju dovoljno, čini mi se, nisam siguran, fali još 2-3, sigurno namješanje. Oni su htjeli da isti, pazi sad, ovo je hit. Da isti čovjek, slušaj me sad, imaš delilicu, imaš veliki koš koji se napuni testo. I u njega upada testo i deli se testo na male kuglice. I onda ide dalje u mašinu, onda ide pod presu pa ide na pečenje. E sad, taj deo jedan čovjek gleda. Da, moj deo prestaje, ja sam tu, mogu da, znaš, pogledam ili da kažem, ali to nije moj posao. To je moja dobra volja i slobodno vrijeme. Ako ima vremena, dobro je bilo da mu pomognem, jer ako on ima problema, imat ću ja.
Ali nemoj to da ne biješ ovom
Ne, to ti ne piše, to ti je bukvalno, ako se nađeš, ako imaš slobodno vremena kolegijalno, ali to ti je to. A njegov posao je to drugog čovjeka, sve to što sam ti rekao, njegov posao je mnogo veći nego moj. I oni bi htjeli jednog čovjeka da razvuku na 2 linije to da radi. Samo juče, znači efektivno smo radili, sad ćete reći od pola 9 sam uključio mašinu, to je 5,5 sati smo radili, efektivno. A od tih 5,5 sati, to na papiru se radilo 5,5 sati, ali testo je stajalo i po, ne isti zamjes testa, ali bilo je da testo stoji po pola sata, par puta. Znači
umjesto da odradite 4-5 ciklusa, vi ste odradili 3.
Na papiru smo radili 10-11, a trebalo da bude 20, na primjer. Samo da im. Na sat ide 3 puta 5, 15. Umjesto 15, 16 zamesa, mi smo radili 10.
Treći. Ste promašili.
Promašili, da. Zato što kad ne stane struja, moraš da ugasiš mašinu, da...
A čekaj, šta je, ne staje struju?
Samo na sekundi ne stane.
Više puta?
Ne, samo jedno.
Pa dobro, to nije
problem je.
Što ne
Ugasi se, ne može, to su industrijske mašine.
Može, imaš Ilija, kad su pokretni.
Treba im industrijski akumulatori za to.
Čekaj, Ilija, kako meni antene imaju se? Repetitor.
Nije u pitanju elektroniku, u pitanju je hidraulika i razumeš.
Znam, pa i antena ima isto to. On ima neke, znaš ti šta je to, Ilija, to su neki dekovi.
To treba da izdrži trenutno opterećenje, razumeš.
Ma da, to je ultra skup. Znaš, oko moja antena vuče, 10.000 vata,
oni bi trebali da imaju trafostanicu pored firme sa akumulatorima.
Pa to ima moja antena.
I kad padne napon, ili kad se desi da ne stane struja, onda recimo radi još par minuta i onda kažu, kao, nestalo je struje.
Moj repetitor je uzet s ulice s dalekovoda, 10.000 volti idu u repetitor. Ne ide ona 220. Na 10.000 volti. I oni dekovi, ona čuda unutra, to se ide na 10.000 volti. Čudi nekako nema strujni luk, ali... Mada piše tamo da je zabranjeno.
Kao što rekao, 10 sekundi, ne 10 sekundi, 1 sekunde ne stane struje, moraš da ugasiš traku. Odmah su pali trak, ali odmah ugasiš traku i da izvadiš tortilje, jer se poremeti taj ciklus, možda baciš 2-3 džaka tortilje. I to je dobro. To se računa da je dobro prošlo. Da je malo škapa. Under the sea. Under the sea.
Jesse Japice, lupi.
Pararam pam pararam, pararam pam pararam. Šta ćeš sad? On da igra Apex. Kako će da igra Apex? On ima... Njemu je hand prebrz. Ne znam, nisam gleda kad igra Warzone. Warzone je brzo igra.
Apex je, zato što imaš i gore, znaš, i lete i skaču u svim pravcima.
Imaš sad i u Warzone isto da skačeš i letiš.
Ali dobro, ovaj s obrcije, razumiješ, gore, dolje. Nema samo lijevo, desno, napred, nazad, nego ima po dijagonali.
Imaš i portale da bačiš da se teleportiš za leđa i imaš da uključiš da vidiš ljude kroz zidove.
Da moja skaču, ali ne možda okrene više da vidiš gdje mu je preletio preko.
On ima problem kad čovjek prođe pored njega, da se obrne, da ga zakolje.
A ja sam se malo šalio, ja sam rekao da on ima par lagova. Slušaj ovo, lag ima monitor oko, mozak, prst.
Znaš šta on ima, kolega? Sve to.
Znaš, od monitora do oči, dok stigne, to je jedna vrsta laga. Oko dok da informaciju mozgu, to je drugi lag.
Dok mozak procesira i pošalje...
Mozak procesira i šalje impuls da uradi ovo.
Da klikne, to je već mnogo vremena.
Ili AVSD.
To je već mnogo vremena, 100 sekundi.
Pa to su milisekunde, razumiješ, koliko mi igramo.
Ja
imam na Evropi 29, ti imaš na US West 140.
140 imaš na US West, hvala.
Pa US East, pa to ste rekli.
Ne, US East nema 140.
Nego koliko ima?
110 do 120.
A čiji imaš 140?
Na US West, to ti je zapadna obala. Ali zapadna obala ti je to je već mnogo. Mnogo kasnije. Jednom sam 2 puta
igrao. Čekaj, a 120 ti ne kasnije mnogo?
Ne.
Pa će ne, ja se igram.
Ne, bilo je da te udari emulator.
Ja kliknem da otvorim vrata, ono, pola sekunde se vrat otvori, pošto sam kliknem.
Ne,
da pokupim nešto.
bilo je da otvorim vrata, izađem, zatvorim vrata i vrati me. Zato što nisam izašao.
A jebo, ti imaš sekundu lag.
I zato što nisam izašao.
Pa imaš sekundu lag, ili?
Server sam kasni po sebi.
A plus dodatno, pa mora ga...
Ne, igra, i kad nema laga na Evropi imaš laga. To ne kapiraš.
Pa moraš i na minimalni lag.
Ne, nego Han tako radi glup, znaš.
Ali na 120 imaš tek lag.
Imaš problema sa AI-em, to je problem.
Imaš problema i sa playerima.
Ne, znaš zašto nemaš?
A ne ulaziš u borbu s njima?
Ne, ako ti registruješ pogodak na tvom ekranu, server pošalje informaciju,
a znam kako to funkcioniše?
tvoj klijent pošalje podatak serveru, server obradi i kaže da je pogodak. Nema to veze, možda imaš lag 5 sekundi.
I što imaš brži internet, manji ti je lag, zato što imaš upload.
Ne, nego gore ti je. Zato što ćeš promašiti. A što sporija konekcija, to ti je lakše da pogodiš čovjeka, zato što imaš veću toleranciju da pogrešiš. A on ima veću šansu da umre. To ti je lag abuse, da jest. Da jest.
Kako laguješ ti njemu, tako laguje on tebi.
Ne, zavisi ko je agresivan od vas dvojice. Upravo kao što sam rekao, zavisi ko je agresivan, ko je pasivan. Imaš ljude koji su kao gardinovački,
ali tebi, na tvoj stilu igre, što ti ideš malo okolo, naokolo, to tebi paše ta varijanta. Jesi ti pasivan, to je praktično, kad on tebe puci ili on tebe napada, ti njemu laguješ. A ja koji rašam, meni pravi veliki problem, jer onda on meni laguje.
Meni ne smeta, ja kad sam te nanišanio i opalio, ti ćeš pas mrstati sigurno. Jer ja ne gađam u tijelo, ja gađam u glavu. I svaki put je pogodak.
Ali ja kad uđem
u razmjenu podataka.
Ja sam provan igram igru svi. Rekao, ajde da vidi, možda mi izbaču zbog servera evropskog. Ajde, ono, kapiraš, među tim na kaki. Nisu mogao da imam 3 parti, što je priča. Ja se zaletim unutra, pucam u čovjeka, on nije tu.
To gdje?
Gdje? Ili je pol metra pošao, ili će doći za pol metra na tu tačku.
Može biti da si upravo, da će doći za pol metra. Zato što Han zna da slaže pozicije igrača. Uopšte nisi tamo gdje kaćeš.
Ili dešava mi se, ne znam, izletim na čovjeka, opalim u njega, on pane mrtav, ja hoću da preklopim da ne dobijem, padam ja. I ja ne mogu da verujem odakle mu ubio čovjeka, sam ja samo tu. Ti očekuješ da tu bio neko treći.
U padu.
Nije on je opalio samo
to kasnije. Ne, nego kasnije do servera, pa od servera ide ka tebi
i onda ja padam.
I gotovo.
Total splendid i opasnost.
To je to. A to ne postoji. Jesi igrao Battlefield? Jesi.
Ali ja nemam taj problem.
Samo malo, jesi igrao Battlefield? Jesi. Jesi igrao taj... Jesi, pa igraš dovoljno. Igrao si Warzone. Jesi.
Ali DMZ se igra.
Nema veze, je li takih gluposti si vidio kao u Kantu? Da on opali da ode i ono mrtav.
Pa ne.
To još nisi gledao niđe, pretpostavljam.
Ja sam igrao, ako pričaš o Warzone, samo sam DMZ.
Nema to veze. To nisi vidio sigurno kao u Kantu, taj sistem trgovine mecima. Da ti opališ pa da sutra pogineš.
Ali ne, a znaš nešto?
Čekaj, čitao sam o tome. Slušaj me sad. Ne, hoći. Telekom serveri oni imaju, znaš?
Koji Telekom?
U Njemačkoj, Han Shodan serveri su ti na Telekomovim serverima, znaš?
To ne znam.
Ja znam, čitao sam o tome. I zato što su to najjeftiniji serveri koje Crytek može da... Ne, da plati rentu, razumeš? Imaju ugovor na ne znam koliko su godine uzeli. Pa sad je već 5. godina, ako ćeš iskreno.
Pa možda, možda su uzeli prvo na 2,
ima već 5 godina Han Shodan. A kad ti... Šta? Da, ima.
23, a to je 4.
Ima 5 godina.
Ne.
Nemoj da mi računaš kad je igra izašla. Ja ti kažem early access.
Pa smo mi počeli, pa mi...
To ti je 2018. 5 godina.
Ne.
Čemu ti pričaš? Pa Hunt je slavio skoro, imaš onaj logo jebate College Hunt Showdown 5 anniversary of Hunt Showdown.
Možda od razvojnog tima.
Nije od razvojnog tima, igra sama iz early accessa. Hermit kad je igrao i kad su i momci igrali ima 5 godina.
Kužiš ti jednu menu.
Early access. Je više treba nomen.
Nismo ja i ti kupili u early access.
Da, i jesmo. 0.4, 0.5 verziju smo mi igrali. Tako nešto.
Early access.
Nego šta je ako nije 1.0? To je early access, sad se čudimo. Nismo igrali rano kao Hermit, kad je Hermit igrao, mogao si da nosiš 2 puške, mogao si da nosiš automat i pumparicu. Isto ti je bilo. Nije ti srah Quartermaster, mogao da nosiš 2 puške na leđu. Milime, mogao da nosiš snajper i shotgun.
Ne sjećam se tu.
Pa ni ja se ne sjećam, Hermit se sjeća, ja s toga ne sjećam, nisam igrao kad je tako bilo. Šta ti je sad, otišao se se dišeš vazduh? Maramić.
Znači u ranom eksesu.
Uđenje ranog pleća.
Blagi bol, mošnica.
U grudima, da. I pesma takva da može da se...
Ne, blagi bol u mošnica.
Pa to se onda pretera sa samozadovoljavanjem, sigurno. Ja ne znam kako može...
Može na biciklu da imaš blagi bol.
To može ako je neudobno sedalo.
Znači lijeka je rekao daj ti meni tvoj bicikl pa ćeš ti da vidiš kako se obrći. Ja prebacim, smanjim brzinu koliko i oni.
To nije smanji brzinu, sjedi pa probaj.
Ti meni pričaš, ja mogu da vozim...
Ti meni pričaš. Ti meni pričaš.
Mogu da vozim bicikl do ovog sad i nazad.
Ovo ne možeš. Nećeš ti dofekti sa svim. Ačuš.
Early access. Bicikl early access.
Ačuš. Ja mogu da vozim roller od Lovćenca, pardon, od Topovske klanice do jezera. Nekad. Pa nisam ja umro.
Ne, ali ne možeš sad.
Ne mogu. Ne želim da se... Ne, nemoj to prozivanje. Ne možeš. Nemam potrebe. Nisam stimulisan ničim. Nisam stimulisan ničim.
Kad si ima 72 kila, sad imaš 90 kila.
Nema to. Nisam nikad imao 72 kila. Kad sam trenirao karate nisam imao 72 kila. Imao sam 75 i 78 kila možda. Kad sam trenirao 2 treninga. U 2 škole sam trenirao, u Topalu i Lovćencu, ima 78 kila.
Kyokushin?
Nije Kyokushin, to što ti pričaš, to je...
Imaš Fudokan i Shotokan.
To ti je MMA karate, full kontakt. Da, jest. U Kyokushin karateu imaš sve dozvoljeno. Da, dobro, bez da ga za jaja ugrizješ. Ili uvatiš rukama jaja. Možda ga šutneš nogom u jaja, mislim da je i to dozvoljeno.
Čekaj, znači mošnice su u pitanju.
Znači, bukvalno sve. I oči da iskupaš protivniku. To je već ono, unakazije si.
Ja bi, brate, ušao u MMA kavez za...
U kavez?
Da se bijem sa bilo kim, ali za par. Dobre,
pa nego ćeš ući za džabe, ili da probaš. U šabi da probaš.
Znaš te tu je benda. Tu ako to isprepuca, nešto ti tu bude više od 1000 €. Ja mislim da on nešto... Da on može mene bolje da slomi nego što su 1000 €.
Ne mogu oni da te zakrpe za 2000 €, to stijek
Pa, upravo to, znači može baš da te slomi dobro.
Da, ti 2000 € će ti doći.
A neće vam tebi slomiti ruku, nogu,
Bara, malo bubreg.
Pare, pa je.
Bilicu.
Malo zuba, jagodičnu kost.
Možda neki ligament. Tako to. Možda ti skrene lakato na kontru.
Ne. Tu su rebra najkritičnije.
Rebra, a?
Tu te tukne ceravicom u rebra i što kažeš ti, bude par komada problem. Pa jednostavno te razumiješ, grunete. On krene tebi nogom, vidi li je, znaš te neće, ti ovako on krene nogom, ti misliš udvalo će, vidi. I ti uradiš, vidi ovo, probaš ovdje, a on te ovdje pogodi cevanicom.
A ti mi pričaš o fintama kad krene low kick pa onda prebači na...
A nije to low kick, to je učinjen.
Ne low, pardon. Ne, krene da te kao te gađa nogom gore i onda nogu savi u koljenu i udari te nisko.
Nije to, ne može tako da ti uništi rebra da ti to uradi.
Ne može da ti uništi, zavisi kako ispratiš.
Ali, brate, kad te odozdo opalje, te si gleda cevanicom, oni ovako uradi cevanicom i krivi šit. Znaš gdje su tvoje rebra?
Ne znam šta krivi, ali gleda sam one...
Lome štafle od palete.
Ne, gleda sam kad bambus udara sa koljenima.
Ja sam gleda šiku krivi, znaš ti bez volpalicu lomi, kuvano drvo. Znaš gdje su tebi rebra tu? Pa tebi rebra puca. Ti nismo trenirani, pa tebi... Uzmi sad neka te neko gurne preko nečega da se nasučeš na ovo, puće ti rebra.
Zašto želim da treniram, da lomim?
Dobro ne kažem to, nego puće ti rebra. Pa iz bicikla malo se nabina, nešto tako puće.
Ne znam, da sami nisi pukla rebra.
Pa će su je luto, ti pali tu. Što kažeš ti, nisi ti on slomiti jedno, nego par.
Što sad pričam o tome? Ti si počeo s pričom da bi ušao u ring, da se biješ za pare, ali ne bi da te izlomi.
Ali ipak da mi daju neko vrijeme pripreme.
Da ti daju vrijeme pripreme?
Pa jedno 3-4 misle da mi daju vrijeme pripreme. Vrijeme pripreme. Ajmo isto tako pripreme.
A šta bi ti radio, one judo zahvate ili grapple?
Ne, više bi
da ga uvatiš u čovk i da ga...
više bi ojačao tijelo da nema povreda, da me ne izlomi.
A to šta ćeš napraviti u ringu, to manje više.
Ali znaš šta pa, ne možeš ti za 3 mjeseca naučiti to što on zna, nego
samo
da te manje demiču.
Da minimalizuješ štetu koju ćeš da premiš, je li to?
Pa jest, pa najmanje tu problem to zvizne ulicu, spavate i to...
Ako ima kakvu tehniku, to nije ni bitno. To dolazi sa iskustvom.
Gotovo isprepuca ovoga, isprepuca čovjeka koji isto spreman kompom isprepuca loši. A najviše tu dođe do problema kad je ono druga, treća runda pa se opušti čovjek, znaš.
Čeka druga, treća ruka.
Pa nema kondicije, znaš, on se bori za vazduh, ovaj ga gađi u rebra. Izbijati vazduh odmah, znaš, ti se boriš za, ko sad ja i ti, onaj dan idem uz 13. jul, tebi dušu unos, ja da dođem i da te urnem, pa tamo ćeš, razumiješ, nemaš...
Nema ni dušu unos, to što sam ja pričao dok sam brzo izbro, to je moj problem.
Dobro, zadiha si se.
Zadiha sam se, oprosti, ti ne dišeš, molim lepo. Da sam ja tebe po toj istoj logici čušnu i tebe ne bi bilo dobro. Ja sam, da, znam, ti si olimpijski šampion, pušti mi ti priča.
Kako se kaže na engleski, šipka. Cijev.
Je to test neki opet?
Ne, pitam te.
Ne znam, nice.
Kako se to piše?
Pipe. Verovatno pipe.
P-I-P-E, jel?
Verovatno pipe.
Pipe. Ne.
Evo ga počeo. Ajde, odjedi više, samo ću ti to reći. Nisam ovdje da me ti sad slušavaš.
Noću da dođem da vidiš ti ovaj...
Ma ne želim.
Evo, je li ovo moguće? Sad će da je cevanicom krivo, gledaj. Gledaj. I zamisli da ti rebra dođu ovdje, gledaj se.
Nisam vidio šta je iskrivio. Šta je iskrivio? Nije iskrivio ništa. Samo pokazao ne može slomi. Ništa nije slomio.
Čekaj, sad si nađe krivo.
Ma nema potrebe. Čovjek ima jak udarac, to je to. Ne lomi nogu ili minimalne štete.
Gledaj.
Ovo je drvo.
Ne, metal.
No, to je zarzelo cijev, maks.
Ajde ti opali cijev.
Ma jeste, mak, jesi vidio profil te cijevi? Jesi vidio, mak, kaki, to jesi vidio profil te cijevi, vrati da vidiš.
A iskrivio ti.
A nemoj, molim te, ne želim uopšte da udaram, nemoj, molim te. Čekaj, ja sad vidim, ne znam šta. Si vidio profil cijevi? Si kurac.
Gdje ću škumane daske ne zajebam. Vidio, dvojica skaču na dasku, gledaj, od štafla, od paleta. Gledaj. Kuvano drvo, gledaj. Gledaj, slonići. Zamislite se rebra nađe vezi. Znači nije, vidiš da mu se odbija noga, odskoči kuvano drvo i štafla od paleta.
Slomio je iz 4-5 puta. Ono što je impresivno je da nije slomio nogu, sve ostalo je nebitno.
A čekaj, ima li tu bola?
Sigurno da ga boli.
Hvala. Probaj ti malo cevanicu.
Pa ne znam, ja da probam, ne želim da probam. Ne želim da probam. Ne želim da probam. Dovoljno sam se razbija bez da znači treniram borilačke vještine ili tučem ljude za par.
Aj samo te pitam, recimo, šta bi se desilo kad bi
ja? A što sad ti mene prozivaš? Nemoj ti mene prozivaš. Šta bi se desilo ljudskom biću? Je to, otkud ja znam?
Pa bi li mu slomio nogu, pa bi?
Što pitaš mene?
Pa bi.
Što pitaš mene?
Tako kad uđeš s njim u ring isto može da ti...
Ja da uđem, opet ti kažem, ja ne ulazim. Kad bi ti ušao s njim u ring, tako reci. Kad bi ti ušao s njim u ring.
Postoji vjerojatnoća da bi meni noga završila ko na daske.
Možda.
Ne možda, postoji velika vjerojatnoća.
Ne znam dok ne uđeš s njim.
A recimo to 2000 evra ne mogu da riješim.
Ne znam dok ne uđeš s njim u ring.
Ne, a to 2000 evra ne mogu da riješim.
Treba bi otići s njim u ring da mu pokažeš ko jači.
Da se probate, a?
Da se čekate.
Čuš li, nije impresivno što slomio dasku, što nije slomio nogu. A udara je krvnički, nije da nije. Nije ono sa foliranjem. I to je zavrnuo da vidiš cevanicu. Ne, ono sa trenerka pa možda je nešto ispod. Gola nogica. Ali vjerovatno je on to udarao 5 godina u nešto, pa malo po malo.
Kako nisu umrli nervi tamo.
Pa,
Da.
A i vjerojatno malo okoštala cevanica od tih mikrofraktura, udaraca i...
Ne znam, probaj da udaraš pa mi reci kako ćeš proći.
Gdje pa boli pa cevanice, udariš se malo u cevanicu pa boli tamo. Neće zakačiš o stol ili nešto pa ićeš a ne da to aj.
Aj, plače mi tuje, plače mi tuje, ti uživaš dok ja... Plače mi tuje, 25, tačno, to mi treba, samo nemam pare.
Para, IRL.
In-game valute, ćemo li tako, da bi bolje razumiješ što ti.
Kako bi rekao skraćenicu to, ovo IRL, ovo je IG...
Ne, in-game valute, hoćeš tako?
IGR.
IGR, nema sve. Golda, ćemo li golda? Valjda ne misliš da držim zlatne poluge okolo? Pusti se, neće ti ništa.
Mačka ne zna gdje, gledaj. Prava rozina, mačka.
Mačka gleda, ne vjeruje šta radi.
Šta se dešava? Mogu što je ovo? Izvede, moguće da ovo nije radi. A gledaj nju je, već izgubljena. Kao što je ovo? Pekam se. Bajlog.
Ne znam šta je bajlog. Dele mi malo namešteno, ne vjerujem da možeš tako da priđeš. Aj, ne sam
Mojemu dužan pare majke će da otvori vrata, gledaj.
To su lažna vrata.
A nema veze.
Jes, lažna vrata.
Ali isto udara dobro.
Ne. I gleda sam isto klip gdje kao kaže majka čerki kao rekla sam ti da otvoriš šata, ovo ono, kaže ne mogu zauzeti sam, kao fazon momak je u sobi. I dolazi kao ujak, brat od ove žene, i kao dolazi sa cirkularom i kao reže vrat. A tačno vidiš da su vrata od nekoga, nije papirna nego razumeš. Tako neko smeće razumeš i on kao reže vrata, reže rupu. Kao kad nećeš kao da otvoriš šat, napravit ćemo mi rupu kao. A jesi gleda ono kad dva torčina biju sa maljem na vrata armirana?
A ne mogu pa se menjaju to.
Jesi gleda? Kad na smenu biju i kaže test nije uspeo zato što su radnici bili umorni. Zamisli to. A znaš koliki su to tipovi? Kao... Ko je krupan čovjek, jak? Kao Radomir.
Kacuje.
A može kao cuje. Dva tipa kao cuja sa dva malja. I kreću da biju vrata.
Onako bez milosti.
Da, onako na smenu. Ono, jedan pa drugi. Sve u ritmu. Ba. Viš da otpada malter, vrata su rubljuju. Sve to, ali vrata, gdje što je. Ja rekao, bolje da su udarali onaj beton sa strane, kapiraš?
U štok.
Da su u štok udarali. Oni su udarali centar vrata, su udarali sa strane.
Gdje ovaj pali zovojci kola, gle doktore, nije računa, gle sa ovo. Usuo sve lijepo i gle sa ovo. Šibica.
Što ljudi dalje nose maske, kakve su ovo? Ne znam šta je pali.
Nisu se minuta trajala.
Znaš i zašto su Meksikanci zaratili sa Francuzima? Znaš što?
Welcome to my channel.
Zbog pekara. Francuzi su imali kod Meksikanaca kao, kako bi ti objasnio, imali su dug koji nisu mogli da im naplate. Meksička vlada je uzela pomoć tipa brodovi, oružje, da se uguši revoluciju. Sad kako su jedna revolucija, druga revolucija, treća, obnuli se Više nisu znali kome da naplate pare, Francuzi.
Ono, čekajte ljudi, mi smo rješili, ali
I desi se da jedan francuski pekar se požali u ambasadi francuske, da su, ne znam, u centru Mexico City-a, da su, to je bilo 1290 neke, 1900, da su vojnici, meksički vojnici upali i da su, ne znam, napravili lom, razumeš, ono, pokrali pecivo i da nisu platili. Čovjek je rekao, že bi ga ono ljutio, duguju mu, ne znam, $30, Francuzi nemaš ti problem. I oni fino objave rat u Meksiku zbog hleba, znaš. I na karikaju, na konto toga, znaš, sve ostalo, znaš, kao i rat. I pošalje im 3 broda puna vojske. Pošalju.
I riješe problem.
Pa dobro, Meksikanci su se ono kao borili, ali to je kratko trajalo.
Tanko je to.
Kratko trajalo, morali su od Decirije da plate, sad su dužni i preko. I čovjek je dobio isto što te zapekao. Tako da ti rat između Meksika i Hrvatske. Zbog pekara. A ne to Zanzibari. Velika Britanija, možeš misliti. Dobro, nisu rekli dan kad su, koliko je bilo, 30 ili 50 onih vojnika britanske vojske, kad su se pokrljali sa par hiljada Zulu ratnika. Bilo ih je 1002, čini mi se, da toliko je sigurno ih je bilo. Ovi svi pokasapili. A ovi idu kopljima i štetuje na njih ovi...
Alien gathering.
Oni Martini Henry, kolonijalnim puškama, deklasirali su.
Gledaj mi. Gledaj sa ovoga.
Šta bi to trebalo bude?
Ne, gledaj drugog ovoga.
Ne, ono ti je žena ako nisi kontrola.
Da, a gledaj ovoga. Stavi one balone, znaš.
Mada mislim da je to veštački.
Deadly joke. Jesi si ja to?
Šta?
Deadly joke, čovječ.
O, gdje si, Miro, ćeš ti ima. Olala. Olala.
Deadly joke. Kako se zove to? To je Monty Python.
Angry Joe.
All right, let's do this.
Sono bugie ore,
Što je si bilo? A koje sam ne verovao?
Čudovni džuk.
voda. Ne, voda. Nek neki biser kaže voda. Kamila ima u grbi vodu. Nema vodu, nego se masnoća u slučaju nužde, ili dehidracije. A isto kao kod čovjeka, kada dehidriraš, prvo gubiš vodu u organizmu. Prvo gubiš vodu.
Što li idu i ovaj čita na njemački ili u mirosmi po vojnici.
A to se gleda petimo. A to je Hitler, ali... Ne kaže Hitler, ali znaš koji? Imao sam, kaže Kera, sa... kao Kera bez miške, kao koji su zvao Hans. I ovaj kaže kako je mirisao, ali viče. Molim te zatvori vrat. Znači, bukvalno zatvori vrat. Ne želim da ti ispratim, zatvori vrat.
Kaj raz imam sve kao da je mali brko, a u vjeroćine Hitlera, znaš. Kaže, mali brko je sa jelerina i malo, kaže...
Jer ja idem za 23 minuta na posao. Možeš ti ostati? Ako je otišao, da zaključam. Oh my darling, oh my darling. Anyway. Yes.
brick wall. But the interesting thing is, not only does this interview and many others get worse, but there's one main reason for it as far as I can tell. Given that we've got the actors and the writers striking because they only earn $1,082 a day.
Starvation wages.
There isn't actually anyone else to do publicity for the show, but the Directors Guild made a deal with Hollywood early on, which leaves Ali Salem as the only one who can advertise Secret Invasion. I'd say for better or for worse, but let's face it, it's for worse. Costing $212 million is always going to be a cost, but especially looking at all that money go. Don't worry about Salem. Don't feel bad about those literally actually a very generous early on the final. But right from the start of the series, Secret Invasion already had low views compared to everything else, except Marvel. While the series opened at 55% of the critics, many they had to update their reviews, and the finale actually sank all the way down to 7%. In fact, as you can see at the bottom, the only people who give it a fair score was IGN. Now, I am a bit surprised by this, because IGN wrote an entire article about how Secret Invasion ruined Nick Fury's first leading role in the MCU, and in fact, I was so surprised that IGN would review out that even IGN is going into it, and I didn't think their rating scale went below a 7. And at that point, I had no idea that they had reviewed Secret Invasion final episode with a 7 out of 10. Look, either we live in a simulation or IGN are very predictable shills. Can you imagine writing an article going, you've just ruined Nick Fury's first leading role? 7 out of 10, congratulations, mate. If 5 is average, even in the first paragraph starts, it's fair to say that we should stop talking about superheroes and focus on the real problem, Marvel's creative funk. If there's one thing to be gained from that dour, messy, and ultimately pointless show relentlessly promoted as an adventure series, it's that the streaming realm of the MCU is in dire need of a revision. 7 out of 10, congratulations, can't wait to see the next one. When it comes to the source material, it wasn't perfect, it was wildly compelling and ambitious. Neither of those words can be used with any accuracy to describe the televised adaptation. 7 out of 10. Come on, Disney, maybe you just want to get all your shills in a row here. They can't even decide for themselves. But then you get the almost flippant attitude that the director sense of his $212 million series. Oh, you know, if you had movies, every movie would gross $10 trillion, right? I mean, yes. If everybody likes a series, then everyone would go and watch the series. But the thing is interesting. So like a lot of other people, he's not actually attacking the fans and everything. Instead, I think he shows something very different. Something that I think is all too common in Hollywood and likely the cause of many of the issues. Because he gives some vague answers about, well, different people like different things. If you don't like it, they're going to review it negatively. Yes, that's how our review system works. I don't know. It's our job to fulfill their expectations. What are your expectations? Because a lot of people will be, I just want this on the show. But then he says, our job is to fulfill expectations, or to tell the story that we are telling. I would love it. Myself, Sly feels great about the response to it. He feels great about a mixed series of reviews because he never really expected everyone to like it anyway. Not only does that seem like massive cope, there are varying degrees of not everybody will like it, and if you're weighing it at 7%, with even IGN going, you would think Fury was bedridden and in need of 24-hour care the way the scripts and director Ali Salem portrayed Fury. Maybe you've got a bit, but in his mind, he can't go too far because the audience doesn't actually factor into what he thinks at all. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm fine with the reviews, I don't really care, but I'm not sure if it's his job to fulfill their expectations, to entertain them. No, his job is to tell the story he's telling, which comes from the same basic attitude that London and Hollywood have. All because I'm an artist. Now, the interesting thing about what he's done is my I filmed, recorded, set up the camera, edited the things together to tell a story to the now. So the only thing that separates Secret Invasion being art to video not being is that I'm ever so slightly less pretentious. But that's also not the excuse that he thinks it is. People that have got 7 cost $212 million, and lost money. So if he's an artist who can't be critiqued, changed, and is unwilling to change, well, what's the point of him?
What you least expect that you're going to want to see is Thor going through a midlife crisis.
This is a business, not your local art class. The only point is blended in the audience. If you make money, you can't do that. Then Disney need to get somebody who will. Your job to fulfill expectations of how story you're telling. You can tell the story you want to tell, but if it's not one the audience want to hear, I wouldn't expect to tell one twice. And what this attitude is, far more important than the audience mind. Vision is more important than the audience, and we've seen this before, where the people in charge of the show get convinced that they are the reason why the audience is there in the first place. Even on The Witcher, we've got The Witcher star isn't worried about Liam Hemsworth replacing Henry Cavill.
Just seems like you two are a lot alike. You're both little geniuses.
Their brain actually don't know. The series will be okay when Liam Hemsworth appears. After all, it's not as if Henry Cavill was in the series much anyway. Can you miss something that was never really there? Actually, it happens. Yes, you can. With The Witcher 3's final 2 episodes being the lowest rated ever. This is why anybody who's watching that show in the first place is not our job to fulfill their expectations. Or should we just do the story that we do? Do you think the creators of The Witcher read the reviews and care about them? Or do you think once they make their trash and put it out on the screen? As long as we can convince our paymasters to give us more money, does it really matter what those peasants over there think? IGN said that the story revolves around Fury breaking the promise when he but the film is simply a worthy excuse, not in one word. The problem with the story that you're telling, Mrs. Glenn, is it doesn't make any sense. Maybe this dialogue that you wanted to have in here would be more beneficial if they'd been involved in the creative process to go, this doesn't make any sense, because I don't know your creative process, I don't know what you do inside your company, but you need to get somebody who has the testicular fortitude to start telling you that your stuff is crap while you're making it, so you have time to fix it. So you'd have to make them not able to be fired as well, because they would simultaneously become the most hated and the most profitable person in your company. At the end of the series, Fury is back where he began, hiding in Saber, while the Skrulls who helped him rise up the ranks in S.H.I.E.L.D. are now worse off than before his return. What a total mess. 7 out of 10. So when you look at the story that the director wanted to tell, it seems to be largely based around himself. Lots of egos, what he thinks are the most important. Don't worry, The Witcher will be fine without Henry Cavill, because the audience didn't really want him. I'm here.
Feel mercy.
We haven't listened
Welcome
to
my channel.
Actually know what they want, nor do we care. I don't need to listen to them. I know I'm the real draw of this series. And that's how you get things like self-inserts, which is interesting when you hear the director talk about Secret Invasion and the story itself, where he says, I feel proud to have been part of telling the story of Nick Fury. It's profoundly disappointing that this is the starring vehicle that Nick Fury is and Marvel says that you almost origin story with 75. Nick Fury's origin is a sad old man who can barely on a bench and having a little crack. But then you get into the why. The Samurai talks a lot about his aging and worrying that you're losing your strength or being old.
Is Thor going through a midlife crisis?
Well, I've got to He's terrified that one day he'll be discovered as the aging, talentless hack that he really is.
Boy's magic.
No, this magic
looks like I'm full up.
No boy.
He has many points in the show where he's losing his step. That's an understatement of the year.
Tell me something I don't know about the Skrulls that fled. They're here. Who's here?
And living through the blip, which in many ways was much like lockdown for a lot of us, where we just disappeared and came back different and different. I'm guessing where this story's coming from now. Does this sound like it's the story of Fury, or does it sound like it's self-insert from the actor and the director themselves? If they disappeared, came back different from the story did. It was very much what life is like. How they're worrying about they're worried about losing the next step. And what happens? Nick Fury does as well. Doesn't it make you think that self-inserts might not just be positive? Sure, if you're praised in Hollywood, told that you're empowered and the entire world is behind you, lifting you up into the universe, then you'll grow a massive ego and self-insert yourself as your own personal answer, your own personal hero to save the universe, who's never wrong, never has any flaws, and can't fail to save the world. the old guard, the directors and actors who came from Hollywood of a different time, before the current trend took over and people started calling them old, past it, and people who needed to be mothballed.
Feel a lot better if we were on the helicopter. That's been mothballed. You should be.
They talk about how you've been aging and that you're losing your step. You're just not as good as what you're used to be. Everybody is telling you that. And so, that's what you write into the show. How is that not the plot of Secret Invasion? He believes at the end to make room for somebody else to take his job with a new hero in tow. What's the story that he's trying to tell? I can't help thinking it's the story of his own life, and possibly sounds what he said he had like how he felt like he was an aging man. Is it a story about getting his mojo back? No. It's a story about finding purpose at this point in his life and finding new strength. We lived through this stuff, and I think in many ways that helped Sam through the process. Have you ever thought that people did have movie training or pre-written answers? How about this one at the end? It's my half of the dialogue with the audience, and now it's their turn to respond to my half of the dialogue. I view all storytelling work as a dialogue with the audience, and when the show is finished, that's my half of the dialogue. That's in an interview with Variety, and the first one was with Marvel. I just imagine he's thought of these answers before. But when someone's as old, past it, and mothballed as he is, then you can obviously understand why he'd have to. If Fury really is a self-insert, then it's going to be a struggle to even get through one day. Although it is funny what you actually get to talk about when they say the director dissects the season finale and reacts to the mixed reviews, where he says that Celeb was open to all critiques, largely because it seems like he doesn't listen to them. He says all reporters were instructed not to ask about AI in the interviews, which, considering that was your entire title sequence, oops. We find out that really enjoyed was where Nick Fury got with a giant green reptile monster creature at the end, releasing the sense of other in himself. This had been a constraint or a prejudice. She was an ugly green alien creature, mate. That wasn't prejudging anything. That was judging what was visibly in front of you. Let's face it, if you're a giant green mutant creature that could literally turn into anything else, why wouldn't you just look like the most beautiful person on Earth? If anything, it should be insulting to Fury that you can't be bothered. You could make the perfect cosplay of anybody. Jolly green giant. Although it is funny when he calls it the last scene of the series, or the season finale, or the series finale. You know, yeah, I should say season. I don't know anything about season 2. I have a feeling you know about season 2. With a budget of $212 million. That's about $30 million per percent, you know. He talks about the length of the episodes and how, is that your vision? Because vision is a really big word. It's not, mate, it's 6 letters. But I appreciate your using it. Because obviously, it's a bit of a sign of the word. It sounds serious and important. And if anything, I do love the pomper. I'm an artist, you see. It's in our gene. But no, he says he made the episode shorter so there was a sense of ramping up to an explosive ending, which was basically the audience's collective sigh of relief as it ended. Now, one of my favourite points is how he tries to palm off the series finale using every single power in existence onto because he actually where the idea of Kevin Feige said it's all fair game. You know, he probably did. But when someone goes, oh, you can do anything, they generally go, everything. I don't think everything in the world and stick it into one pot to see what happens. It doesn't matter if it makes it the most powerful person in the world exists. You'll never have to worry about the problems you made. That's somebody else's problem. And then he says, I worked on this show for 28 months. 28 months. $212 million for 6 episodes. Dude, I know the writers and the actors are on strike, but I didn't realize the directors had been on a go slow. After 28 months, you could have at least got somebody else to read the script and tell you it was trash. Get a second opinion. After all, he was told never to read the comics before making the show. Don't bother reading the source material. When I took the job, the first thing that Marvel said to me was don't read the comics. They have nothing to do with this series. The first thing they told him wasn't respect the characters or the lore, wasn't even make something good or we'll fire you. Don't worry about our own IP, which is where all the value is. Just ignore that and make your own stuff. Are you regretting that now? I'd love to know. I also love how the journalists think everyone cares about this stuff, which after having seen it, I don't know how anyone could imagine they did. But they actually asked him, so I have to imagine Don Cheadle asked how long has Rhodey been held captive for by the Skrulls? And he just goes, no, he never asked me that. You've got the journalist going, surely he cared about his own character and where it... No, actually. Couldn't be bothered. Every time Salem opens his mouth, another problem happens, which just gets worse the more he talks about it. When he's talking about Ritson's vow to wage war on the Skrulls, he goes, well, you know, maybe Sonya and Gia are going to fix it? Question mark? Maybe. I don't know. Haven't thought about it, mate. Isn't my job to think about. I gave you my half of the dialogue. Anything that happens after the problems that I created, somebody else can sort that out. Because when the journalist asks about the ending, he says there's a montage of paranoia and fear. It's not paranoia. The Skrulls really are invading Earth and trying to wipe out the entire human species. They're not paranoid. It's happening. So fear in this case is entirely justified. It's not helping. But he kind of sums it up as, well, we did it because he has to have some opposition when he leaves the series. Ritson could have gone, the Skrulls are welcome here. You don't even understand your own show. No, why how all of Earth? Welcome here. That's okay. And they find million Skrulls still kidnapped a million people and hid them in a basement at the end of the series. So when you're like, the idea is that this battle could go on, it has to go on. The Skrulls have declared war on the entire human species, which is rather impressive. Instead, they're like, no, I want this planet in particular. So, you know, Sonya and Gia reconcile at the end. Maybe they're going to fix it. Maybe these two strong, beautiful women are going to come in and fix it. Maybe you can just fix everything like they've fixed Hollywood.
You're pure evil. And you're just another man taking credit for a woman's work.
And so I wrote myself into the story as Fury, ready to get replaced by two strong, beautiful type Bs. How is this not just a self-insert of its own life? And after all of that, he pulled exactly what you'd expect. Salem shared that he was worried that he'll end up getting threats over the entire thing. Now obviously, threatening him over this would be absolutely stupid and no one should do it. But the thing is, this hasn't happened. He's like, I'm worried that I will do it, and so I'm going into hiding. We're now preemptively claiming victimhood of a possible future. At some unknown time in the future. Someone get Tom Cruise. We've got an investigation for him to swipe through. But don't worry about whatever you thought about the series, because, you know, Emilia Clarke, she had the best day ever filming it, and isn't that what counts? Yeah, we may have wasted $212 million, but at least they got to have fun on the set. And telling the story we wanted to tell, isn't that what matters? Do you think Disney would agree that that's what matters when you spend $212 million? Because I don't really know how offended that we personally as the audience should be that he doesn't care about our reviews. Because he wasn't offensive, he just said, I don't think it's really my job. I'm just going to make my work, not care about the audience's opinion, and see where the chips land. I'm going to make my story, and if they don't like it, that's on them. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. It's not offensive to me. It should be offensive to Marvel, the people who are paying you to make your own story that you don't care if anyone watches. It's always been the surprising factor to me when actors do come out and attack the audience or start insulting them and insulting their opinion in an attempt to shut them off. It's like, yeah, it is offensive to the audience, but it should be more offensive to the people paying for you to do it, because they're the one burning money by allowing you to do it. Every time you tweet or give an interview, it's just like $1 million being set on fire. And for what? So you can go out and give interviews to the Access Media who are going to tell you what you want to hear, burn another $1 million, talking about Screen Rant.